All right, checking in on this scattered goo monster really quick. Another 46 Amulets of Glory. Attack 92, Prayer 86. Cool. I know I really should be saving this bank slot token for when I get 5, but I feel like I'm not going to get 5 for a long time. And when I am able to get 5, I should be able to get them all pretty much back to back. So I'm going to go ahead and redeem it because it's burning a hole in my bank and it's not a space that I have access to. The 125. Attack 93. Probably going to take attack to like 95, then switch to defense. Farming 112. I'll get to plant some of this stuff eventually. All right, am I done with these guys? Let's see. Attack 94, hit points 95, prayer 88, Slayer 80, that's big. Township 100 is big. 74 amulets of glory. Okay. I'm 119 combat, so I'm so close to not having to care about that anymore. Okay, yeah, we're done with Amulets of Glory. I overshot it a little bit, but that's okay. Didn't want to do that attentively anyway. Let me look at all the other things that have changed here. Let me do these upgrades and I'll sell the extra ones here. So upgrade all. I think this is, I don't know if this is comparable. I guess it is. Is it strictly better than the Amulet of Torture? Pretty funny if it is, because I could have gone for this like forever ago. Looks like it is. Okay, well, I may as well equip one then. Okay, get a bunch of new buildings on that I'm 100 township, but I think I still want to get these statues first. Let's get this as high as I can take it. I'm going to run out of money. Does that get me to 85%? 84.5. 85.5. Part of that's, it would have been, but I have to do a repair, don't I? Repair all. Now I'm at the 85% threshold. I really should just try to push for the 95% threshold because that gives me a building cost reduction. I'm going to have to wait to afford it. But I have to get 9 more things, so it's probably going to be 9 more hours of sitting around. Maybe it's better to get some upgrades here. Oh, but they're quite expensive. Okay. I'll get them, though. Now that I have a new area unlocked, I'm going to try to fight this bounty hunter. Obviously, I'd rather fight him. Oh, I have to have a lantern equipped. I think that's an offhand. I think it's a kind of expensive offhand, too. I really don't have bank space for it. I want to go over there anyway, just because 250k. The reason to go there anyway is just that there's an enemy that drops a helmet that also reduces my attack interval. I need to try to make that happen ASAP. I have a kill the Kraken with the loot township task, so I'm going to do that really quick for money. It looks like the reroll task cost isn't going up even after going past 99, so maybe if it stays at 10 million, I can save up and actually get some money from this. We'll see. All right, I'm back on Elite Slayer tasks over here. Would like to fight the bounty hunter eventually, but it's not a huge priority. I'm just trying to, since I'm even on prayer points, trying to get my Slayer coins high enough that I can buy the item that gets me access to the new zone. The guy I want to fight is this Elder Vampire. He dropped an Elder Crown, which also reduces attack interval, which would be really great. Slayer 81, I think I just need one more level. If I can get attack 95, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've been so hard focused on combat for like ever since I started playing. Ever since I realized that it was capping my level and I lost a bunch of levels in fishing. I think I'm just gonna like not do combat for a while. Take a break. There's all kinds of other stuff that I want to do that I haven't done, like maxing out my mastery pool in thieving and leveling up herblore. I might go ahead and as a last hurrah for combat, pop over to the Fire God dungeon and get a single scuffed clear, but let me get this level up first. I haven't gotten this task before. It's pretty funny. Kill 10 master farmers with Bob's rake equipped. At least if I did, I don't remember getting it. I'll do that for some free Slayer points, though. This guy will die. There we go. Well, that task got me to 243k Slayer coin, so that's pretty close to being able to get into the Badlands. I think it's kind of interesting that this enemy, this Rancora spider, the Darksteel dagger, isn't a strict upgrade to the Infernal Claws. I think the idea is I want the Infernal Claws at any enemy that doesn't have a lot of health. But it's probably going to be really good against bosses because it is guaranteed to put a bleed on them that drains their max health. So probably going to want it for whenever I'm doing God Dungeon runs. I might try to go for that before I do my scuffed Fire God Dungeon run here. Okay, I just got 250k Slayer coins. I'm going to go ahead and buy this very expensive item here. Where'd it go? Am I blind? Blazing Lantern. Brutal. Okay, so my plan here, I'm going to go try to fight some of these guys, but I think I want to be doing so on a Slayer task if possible. I want the crown more because the crown gives me attack interval down, and that's my favorite thing. But my understanding is the crown also lets you heal off bleeds, and the dagger is guaranteed to bleed. So I think we'll start with the spider. The accuracy penalty here is pretty brutal. I guess with my 2 pieces of Slayer gear, it's not so bad. I'm going to see if I get spooned on it. It's a fairly rare drop. It's like 1 in 400 or something like that. Yeah, 1 in 451. So probably not going to get spooned. Probably going to end up going dry. But I'm going to get like 10 kills. And if I don't get it, I'm going to try to go back onto my Slayer task. And hopefully I can roll this place as a Slayer task because I would rather be getting Slayer XP for killing these things. 10th kill, no obvious spoon. I probably want to be back here with the upgraded Slayer gear anyway. Make a difference, get this down to minus 20% accuracy rating. I guess I'll see if I get a lucky spoon on the vampire as well. I think he's completely safe. He's just annoying because he like heals constantly. Oh, here it's like I need to maximize my damage reduction so he doesn't like completely top himself off almost. Unavoidable tack. See if I can maximize DR here. I think DR is not the way to go here. I think what I got to do is just get as much DPS in on him as possible to overcome his healing. Dude sucks, though. This is a really shitty fight. I will get 10 kills just to see if I get a lucky crown drop, but I do not want to be spending a ton of time here. Poison's probably pretty good against him. I'm guessing the Darksteel dagger is great against him. Actually, no, I tried doing a kill without maximizing DR, and he was really just like healing himself so much. I think DR might be more important to keep him from to outpace his damage, basically, or outpace his own healing. No luck on the 10 kills. That's okay. I wasn't expecting it. I'm just going to get back on these horned elites here and then see if I can intercept right when the Slayer task is about to end and hopefully get assigned either the vampire or the spider. Holy moly, there it is. Attack 95, combat 120. I can stop. I'm so excited about that. I don't even want to finish this task. I just want to go do basically anything else. Let me figure out what I want to do. I think what I really want to do is I want to finish my thieving grind. Or not finish, but do enough thieving that I don't have to come back to it for a while. Because I'd really like to demolish this rooftop run. I keep forgetting to turn it off. There's a bunch of other obstacles I want that give me max health that will help me with combat in the future. So I think I'm going to bail on this for now, and I'm just going to AFK thieving for a while. I need the money anyway. A nice goal, I think, although it's going to cost 50 million for me to get a new skill, I would rather buy at least one of these town halls so I can start generating money. I think as I increase my population in township, this is going to more than pay for itself pretty quickly. So yeah, that's going to be my soft objective. We're going to switch over to thieving. and I'm just going to stick on it probably to 99, probably beyond 99. I might pop around and try some of these new NPCs because they have some interesting drops. But I'm just going to start simple and keep pickpocketing the merchant to try to get my mastery as high as I can. 99 mastery at bananas. Oh shit, the fucking, god damn it. I hate this obstacle. I can't wait to get rid of the thing that reduces my farming yield. I'm like, why is my shit not going up as much as it should? That's why. Oh well. Thieving 83. I think I calculated it, and I have to let thieving run for 34 hours to be able to get 95% mastery. But I can do that now because combat's 120. I probably need the money anyway, so I will do that. Since I'm going to be committing to skilling for a long time without needing to pop out for combat, I'm trying to reconsider some of my obstacles here. I might not want to have this reduced resource quantity gained in farming. In fact, a little bit more attractive would be this guy, 20% GP from thieving. It would be minus 4% skill XP, but I'm still getting plus 3%. So I think those essentially almost cancel out. It's 1% down, but that's not super noticeable. So what I would do, I would be doing this to get rid of the resource quantity penalty in farming, so I don't have to swap whenever I have to farm. And then I might want to level agility up one more set of levels because the next level is a pretty cheap. I think it only costs like 3,000 watermelons. Get plus 10% primary resource quantity gained in farming. And the reason I want to do that is that I get so much money from magic trees. It's going to be a pretty substantial increase in money if I also have plus 10%. And I need money so that I can unlock the town hall. So that might have me jumping from thieving here to go work on that, just because doing so is going to make thieving more efficient going forward. I do need, what is it, 500 salmon and 100 tomato seeds, but I should be able to scrounge that together relatively quickly. I'll start working on that now. I can rebuild this basically for free. All these herbs are very, very easy to come by. Actually, I'm assessing it now. I feel like I'm in a deep candy loop. So it's like I need to do agility so I can do thieving. I think actually I want to benefit from this Herblore Mastery XP as much as possible. So I think what I'd rather do, trying to get to more mastery checkpoints, trying to build more mastery pools so I can boost a couple of these potions up to level 4. I could go ahead and process all these. I just need to calculate how long it will take. I'm getting close to 99 mastery on the crafting potion. Let me do that calculation. It's only going to last me like 5 hours. So maybe I should do that during stream. A little difficult with processing skills is like you want to let them run overnight, but then if they finish processing overnight, it's a ton of wasted idle time, and you want to avoid that as much as you can. Staring and I'm thinking. There's a lot of things to consider when routing here, because another thing I can think about is trying to pick up this guy for 50 million gold. Would make Herblore substantially faster if I can get the Herblore interval down, but I need my gold for like everything else. So maybe I don't do this. I don't know. It's a really hard decision to make. How do I want to route this? Okay, I think I do the thieving first because I think I need the money first. Like the Herblore stuff would be nice, but I can always restore this chance to preserve Herblore Mastery. It's actually super cheap for me to restore it, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. In order to get the one I want, though, the extra gold, I do need to get 500 salmon and 100 tomato seeds, which shouldn't take me a ton of time, but I'm going to get that real quick. Where the hell is the salmon? Here we go. You're also going to change the first obstacle to thieving mastery XP because that's the thing that I value more right now than GP. I just want to get that up to 95%. Cooking 70 and making these salmon for the agility shortcut or obstacle. Sorry, they're called shortcuts in RuneScape. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and destroy this guy and replace it with this guy. All right, and then I think it's just time to AFK thieving and just not think about it. I might come back to agility to get this to, what is it, 50, so that I can get the thing that gives me more farming resources. But for now, I just want to benefit from thieving. I really want the mastery, but I also just kind of want to get the signet ring over with. So I'm going to equip the gold topaz ring. I guess as soon as I get the drop, then I can switch back to the mastery ring. I got super candy looped and distracted. I ended up going ahead and just doing agility with the intent of trying to get to level 50, and I way overshot it. Okay, that's fine. Hey, I got the agility pet. Well, it's not super helpful, but it's not useless either. Yeah, I just wanted to get to this next obstacle. So we were going to build the one that requires watermelons, which I guess I have to unequip first. Let me do that. Agility. This guy for getting more farming yield. I'll let that run for now. And then I'm going to get back on thieving here in a moment. Okay, so in township, I should be able to finish getting these statues. I need 2 more. Oh my god, I just run out of money. Let me see if I can make the money happen really quick. Hold on. Clicked that so many times and I forgot to equip the township cape. I've made that mistake so many times now. It's awful. I need to like put like a thumbtack on. Well, I need to find a way to stop myself from fucking that up because it's a huge mistake if I do. Okay, I want to overbuild a little bit here just to give me room in case it dips below the threshold. I'm probably going to overbuild a little bit more than that, honestly. Maybe I'll come back to it once I pickpocket enough money. Can't afford to repair all, so give me a second to get some more cash. Okay, that brings the price way down. It's like 12,000 stone now for a miner's estate, which is much more accessible. Trying to max this out since I'm like really bottlenecked by stone. I'm just going to focus on the miner estates now. Oof, I've got a casual task to defeat Malx 10 times. The Inferno version. It was already pretty hard to do it 10 times before. I'll get to it eventually. Checking in on some thieving before bed, maybe messing around with township a little bit. Okay, 7.4 million is pretty good. So I really need to let this go for as long as possible because I'd love to get that signet ring piece, and it's a ways off. I do have the space for it, so that's good. Let me putz around. Let's see. I have 49 minutes. I guess I'll be staying up for another hour to process that. 10 sand beasts with a rune dagger. I can do that really quick. I think did I save the rune dagger? I might have tossed it on the argument that I could get another one pretty easily. Yeah. Let me just find the enemy. I have to fight for it. Okay. And in township, I'm just going to buy the rest of these statues out so I don't have to think about that ever again. That should keep me pretty safely above 95% from now on. Got my rune dagger back, killing Sand Beast. Probably I'm going to go ahead and sell it every time because it's 1 in 100. It's not too bad for Valkyrie. They die pretty quick. Can't afford to skip these tasks. I can't afford to do these tasks. I don't know. I could try to do Malx. Really don't want to overcap on tasks though. It's 10 kills. I need to do 100 kills eventually. So if I end up getting scaffolded into doing them via township, that's not terrible. It's just not AFK. Not going to be AFK for a while, I don't think. Okay, I don't know if I want to stay up long enough to do 10 clears here. Let me do a clear, see how it goes now that I have the Infernal Claw. I think the entire dungeon is safe except for Malx, so I just have to pay attention when we get to the boss. Probably would have been good to bring poison potions. Maybe I'll do that after a clear here. Yeah, I don't think I can stay up for this. This is longer than I remember it being. It also doesn't help when the Phoenix revives. This is the 5th time reviving. My record was 8, I think. 8 revivals in a row when I was doing it the first time. Got 1 clear. It took way too long, so I'm not going to keep doing that. I am going to go ahead and... Actually, I might... We'll see how quickly I can get the 50 Stardust. I can probably deal with 50 Stardust. It's 250 Stardust I can't really deal with. Okay, it deeply pains me to spend Stardust on Township, but I gotta get rid of that task and save some space here so I can get 2 more in the morning. Checking in on 8 hours overnight thieving here. Pretty good. Didn't get the signet ring. I really want to get that out of the way, like, because I'd much rather have like the mastery ring equipped. I kind of wish I hadn't have gotten that mastery ring drop from fishing because I want to have it on all the time, but then I'm always like paranoid that I'm going to get the signet ring. Thieving 85 is cool though. It's a new pickpocket target. Let's see what I want to do with maintenance this morning. I gotta wait 37 minutes for winter to be over. I'm just gonna hold on to my resources until then. Another 99 mastery for an expansion thing I don't have access to yet. So this is my 99s. It's looking pretty good so far. Try to get all of the Throne of the Herald stuff first, which is just the Elderwood tree and the Carrion tree now. All right, winter's about to end here. Watch the price of the Town Hall tick down. That's beautiful. That's such a huge benefit. That's with the skill cape. Okay. Very cool. So I think what I want to do is maximize stone production. So I'm just going to do that in every biome that I have access to a miner's estate. And this is like 7,000 stone per building is so much cheaper than the previous default, which I think was like 30K per building. Let's max out miner's estates. I think there's another one in the desert, which I'm a little bit, my production there is a little bit worse, but I just need as much stone as I can since it's my bottleneck for basically everything. That's gonna cost some money. The GP cost is getting kind of substantial here. Desert's 100% complete. Trying to think what is my next most important bottleneck after stone. Stone's at 182k per tick now. Hell yeah, okay. I guess I could start doing population because that gets me newer stuff. Obviously, I'm going to build the town hall. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip my 50 million skill unlock to get at least one town hall so I can start accruing money all the time. I don't think that that's a bad play. But it's really hard to say what other resources are even comparable to stone. I guess once I'm getting 182k, I'm going to catch up to my reserves of wood. So deciding what I actually want is going to be maybe a little tricky. It's probably going to be wooden planks. There's not too much else I can upgrade further. Actually, let's do herbs. Because potions are otherwise kind of slow, and I can't upgrade the hospital until I get to Township 110. And the valley benefits from... You can do the blacksmith's estate too. I don't really need that many bars. Why don't I'm actually going to buy some manors now. They're still pretty expensive. They cost a lot of food. Okay, now I'm out of stone. All right, in 1 hour, I'll be able to do a bunch more builds here. Okay, I've done some calculations here on Township to figure out how I should best spend my resources. Basically, what I wanted to figure out is like, do I already have more resources than I will need to build all the buildings in any of my categories? And the answer is yes for a couple of them. For example, I have like 1 million too much food. So the question is it profitable to build trading posts to get the trader costs down, to sell some of the excess food to get money to build the other buildings, or do we do that last? It's a really hard call. I do think that I need to burn through as much of my wood as I can because I have no way to offload it. I'm going to end up having to dump it because I need to have wood cutting 15 or fire making 50 to be able to purchase any of these, which is kind of unfortunate. Same deal for ore. I need to offload ore as soon as I can. Coal, bars. I can get rid of herbs. I can get rid of rune essence. I can get rid of clothes. I can't get rid of clothes. That requires crafting. But I can get rid of hides and planks and potions. So I'm going to try to build stuff that is dumping resources. And I'm also going to try to build stuff that gets me to resources but I don't have a lot stashed. I think that clothing is actually a problem. I need a total of 683,000 clothes, and I only have 100,000 banked. I think that's actually the most dire I'm in because I need 210,000 leathers, so we're good there. 165,000 potions, we're good there. 105,000 herbs, we're just barely good there. Luckily, we're good on runes, even though I sold some earlier. We're good on coal. We're good on ore. We are just barely not good on bars, but given how long it's going to take, I think we need 606,000 bars, and I have 556,000. This doesn't include the township 110 buildings. I'm going to recalculate once I hit 110. I definitely don't have enough stone. I need like 3.5 million stone. Stone's ridiculous. If I can find a way to increase, I really can increase it further other than getting to 110 and then building more academies. So maybe also focusing on population is correct. I feel like the problem though is that if I'm spending all these resources and I'm spending all my GP and I'm not getting my GP to 100 million to buy the town hall. So I guess there's also an argument for just like sitting on the resources for now. Planks, I need 1.5 million and I only have 826,000. So I think it makes sense to build a carpenter's estates as well as a clothier's estates. Wood, I need 1.2 million. I have 1.7 million, so that should be fine. And then food, I have like a million over what we actually need. So I'm going to start working on this. Okay, I redid my calculations, including all of the 110 buildings when I unlock them. And this even includes stuff like the cool rocks and the town halls. So I have more than enough food to build every building in the game. I have more than enough wood, more than enough ore. I actually have a huge excess of all three of those categories. I don't have enough of basically anything else. I'm pretty close to having enough potions. I need like 4,000 extra potions, which actually one more tick will do it, so we can call potions good. Hides, I would need like 4 more ticks, so we should be fine there. But everything else, I need like a million or more of that resource. So I'm going to try to dump any food, wood, or ore that I have in upgrades that require those things, just to get them out of my storage, since I can't really I'm probably going to have to yeet them in the manage storage menu because they're going to grow too large for me to do anything about, and I don't want to like scaffold skill unlocks around being able to save those. But we'll try to reduce our stock of them as much as we can to start, and then I'll start focusing on, I guess, resources in descending order of how much I need them. I think the thing that is killing me the hardest, obviously, is stone. Nothing I can do about that. I just have to wait for time to pass. I think to have enough stone to buy everything I want, this is the max stone generation I think I can even get during spring. So if I need a total of 10,040 or 10,043 stone, it's going to take me 54 hours to get there. That's actually not too bad. Storage space is obviously a problem because if I need to store 10 million stone, I actually don't have room to store 10 million stone. But if it's only going to be like a little more than a couple days, I can try working on redeeming some resources. I tried to do the calculation, like, is it worth buying the trading post for the reduced costs on these? I think no. I think I'm going to get less. It will be in the very long term, but in the short term, I think I just want to dump resources to get them to free up space, and it'll give me a little bit of GP. But I think dumping is more important than like trying to do it optimally with a trading post. Adjusting some of my calculations of my spreadsheet here. I'm basically going through every building in the township and asking, does this generate a resource I don't need? And if so, I'm just zeroing it out, like planning not to build it until the very end and just seeing what that does to my overall cost projections here. So for instance, I have no reason to build the fisherman's port or the fisherman's estate because I'm already overcapped on food, right? All right, one last thing to note. I know I'm not showing you the spreadsheet here. I just wanted to give you the basic idea. I calculated how many hours do I need to get to the resource count I need to build all the buildings that I want to build, excluding some of the end game stuff like repositories. I'll include that in the calculation later. I'm just trying to build everything that's actually resource generating. Worst case scenario, I need 42 hours, and that's to get all the clothes I would need to build every building. So that's going to completely fall within my spring period here. I've got 3 days to do that. So I actually don't need to focus very much on that. That's without building anything else. Well, the question was, is do I need to build any buildings that will increase the generation of any specific resource? And I think the answer is no, that I'm going to get bottlenecked on coins long before I get bottlenecked on anything else. So I think the play here, it's tough. It's a toss up. If I could increase my population, and the objective of increasing my population is to get to 110 sooner. And the reason we want to get to 110 sooner is that unlocks like the large repository and the large academy. The repository and the academy are both insanely expensive though, like GP wise. Everything is expensive GP wise. I don't think getting level ups is actually helping me very much in the short term. I think what I need to do is basically ignore township until I get to 100 million gold from thieving, which is unfortunately probably going to take the entire spring here. Um, maybe I can justify, maybe it does make sense to build the manors, because once I get the town hall, it'll generate more money based on the number of manors I've built. But every other resource generator isn't going to be necessary for me to stockpile the resources necessary to build every building. I think it's actually kind of a trap for me to be spending resources on money on resource generation when my resources are already fine for the buildings I want to build right now. So it's boring, but I think the assessment is camp thieving, right? I might want to start working on a different NPC. The main advantage of the merchant right now is that she doesn't increase my bank space usage at all, and I do not have money to buy more slots. Like everything I can steal from her is just herbs that I have plenty of space for. I would love to pickpocket the Acolyte because she has a drop. Her NPC unique gives you a skill XP bonus, which would be really nice. But she drops so much garbage, I don't have room to just sit on it in my bank. I think the Squire has the exact same problem. Too much garbage. I already have all the stuff he has. I could do the Court Jester. He only gives money and area uniques. And so I guess the argument with the Court Jester, we don't really care about his NPC unique, but that chest of gems might contain diamonds in it. And if it does contain diamonds in it or emeralds, then I can turn in a township task for 500 of each gem. And once I've turned in that task, I can basically dump all these gems and get them out of my bank because they're taking up a bunch of space. So maybe we work on the Jester. We start pumping his mastery a bit. Current success chance is pretty terrible, but I don't know. So I did my township calculation wrong because I forgot there's another building, another like population building above the manor. I thought the manor was max. There's another 40 estates, all of which are ridiculously expensive. I went ahead and included them in the calculator, and now the only resource that I have enough of, I have enough ore and enough runes to build everything. I don't have enough of anything else. In fact, I'm down by 4 million food, so I'm glad I didn't like start selling off my food stores right away. Um, Gold is still going to be the problem, though. I think I need to get a town hall built. I think that needs to be my main objective. I need to not spend money on anything if I can avoid it in order to build at least one town hall. Because if I have at least one town hall, then every time I build an estate, even if it costs me money, it's at least adding on to the tax rate, the money that I'm getting in all future ticks. So I think what I'm going to do, now that I've thought about it more, I'm going to finish building all of these manors here in the arid plains and in the snowlands, which is going to be somewhat expensive, but achievable. And then I'm just going to save money until I can get the first town hall, and then hopefully reinvest into the town hall over and over. Thieving is kind of slow on GP accrual right now. It's tempting to bail out of thieving because I understand there's there's some kind of summoning synergy that makes thieving way more profitable than it is right now. But summoning is going to be a hassle because going to take up a bunch of bank space to accrue all the tablets and other resources for it. I think it's more important for me to just get at least one town hall right now and then try to reassess and make more decisions from there. I'll at least be able to. Right now, the merchant's not very profitable, but at least once I get to this 95% mastery checkpoint, I can actually start spending my mastery pool on later NPCs, and maybe I can find a different NPC to pickpocket that's more profitable. Township task here for 10 sweaty monsters. I love that it gives the same Slayer reward as some of the really, really hard ones, like kill Eris with the bronze dagger. Farming 113. So I've been agonizing over where to buy this. 10% mastery and skills, minus 5% skill XP. I think I want mastery more. I want this thieving grind to be done as soon as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this, even though it's 6 million gold, which I can't afford. I think being mastered is going to help me in the long run and making more money. It's a space I don't really have too, which kind of sucks. Also slightly sucks to lose the goblin mask because it also gives a small amount of mastery XP, but I think we got to master thieving. We got to get that over with. I'm actually going to go ahead and swap to the ancient ring of mastery too, just to get as close to done with it as I possibly can. All right, that's pretty noticeable. We got a total of plus 102 mastery from modifiers, which gets divided by 4 into 119 per action. Hopefully we can get there. That should help out a lot. Then I'll get there 95% in only 15 hours. So if I let it thieve through stream and overnight, then I think we'll be good. Township 103 feels like a really long ways away to get to 110. I had a short stream today, so I was only away for 3 hours. 86 thieving. Did double check. I think my next thieving unlock is at 88 is when I can do the night, which actually does have a really at least one really interesting drop. We're at 82%, so I'm really gonna have to let this go overnight, I think. Well, I got a township task to defeat Terran 10 times, which is gonna take a really long time. But I could technically do it, and I feel like I probably should try to do it because I still want the helmet. The helmet is reasonable for me to get. The plate body is not so reasonable for me to get. Let me get my life together, and then I think I'll give it a shot shortly. Before I get these 10 Terran kills, I'm just going to see if I can get spooned on the Darksteel Dagger drop, because it would be a huge upgrade. So I'm just going to get like 20 kills or something. All right, I'm coming up on 30 KC here. I think I'm going to do like 20 to 30 KC in between kills on Terran, or I'm going to go insane. I don't think I can do 10 back-to-back kills that attentively. But if I'm getting to take a break with the spider and maybe get a lucky drop that makes it easier, that would be helpful. And my first kill, I think that took even longer than the Malk's task, but I can play attentively tonight. I'm going to try to do it. Boots again, sadly. Mithril ore. You might be wondering, why am I fighting a noxious serpent? Well, I really want to try to get a Slayer task to fight the spiders so that I can refill my prayer points. And I'm trying to do spiders in between Terran kills so I don't go completely insane. If I don't, this is my second Slayer task though, so if I don't get it after this task, I'm just going to bail on it and do something else. Well, I got the bad Slayer task. The Curse Maiden is the one that I can't do that will kill me. So I need to re-roll that, even though it's very expensive to do so. 200 venomous snakes. More venomous snakes than I'd like to kill. I didn't get... I got something in the region that I was going for, but it was the wrong enemy. I think there's 4 enemies in there. Wait, there's the Rancorous Spider, the Elder Vampire. All 3 of these would be good, because the Bounty Hunter even has, like, Amulet of Accuracy drops that would save me some time at a different enemy. So I got the one bad one, sadly. Holy shit, I got it way under rate. Wow, that's really exciting. It's a gigantic time save. I guess that makes up for going dry on some other stuff. That was on KC 53. Well, in that case, now I got to go for the vampire, right? See how it goes. I don't think this thing is strictly better than the Infernal Claw, but it's certainly useful against any enemy that has a lot of hit points, which is many of them. I'm gonna get this kill, and then I'll go give the vampire a few minutes of tries just to see if I get lucky. It's a little bit faster. It's not as noticeable as I was hoping. I'm gonna stay here until I run out of prayer points, because I have enough Slayer points that I can re-up for doing Terran. I might just need to accept that these tasks are going to fill up,
Because, like, yeah, maybe I can squeeze out the Terran and the Malx tasks, but it's eventually there's going to be 3 more Glacia tasks that I'm just not going to be able to do or don't want to do. So maybe I can just feel uh, free to ignore it. Maybe that's the safest thing to do here. Well, that makes my decision very easy. Just got another Stardust task. I think I'm just going to deal with the fact that my casual tasks are capped. It's okay. Someday I'll have enough money that I can just hit skip task, but that day is not today. And I guess the big thing that this gets me, these resources are not that noticeable anymore. They used to be, but not really anymore. The XP is okay. It's like an hour of XP. The GP is okay. Could be better. So the thing I'm missing out on is the free 81,000 Slayer tokens, but I can survive. I'm not quite out of prayer points, but I'm really tired. So after this kill, I'm going to go back to thieving overnight. Probably going to leave PVM alone just because I want to keep having to stress out with these township tasks. Once I have enough money that I can trivially skip a task every day, I'll just start doing it, but that might be a while off. Okay, checking in on my thieving from overnight. Okay. Pretty good. 18,000 GP or 18 million GP. 87 thieving. I need 88 for my next thing I want to steal from. And I'm almost to 95% mastery. I'm just gonna let it keep running. Oh man. I want to get that checkpoint. Oh, the mastery tokens are probably gonna get me there actually. Uh there we go. Beautiful. Okay. Plus 100 stealth is cool, but the chance to receive area unique drops is increased by 200%. Makes area uniques a lot more reasonable to farm for basically all of these guys. I probably want to switch to a different NPC here now, but I have to figure out who I want it to be. Another maxed front of the Herald node. Only one left, the Carrion tree, and then I'll have maxed every node. So I wasn't going to take the cool rocks upgrade early. It gives you a bunch of pets, most of which are useful for mining. There's 2 pets that are useful outside of mining, though quite useful outside of mining. Global evasion up, mastery in all skills. Requires 10 cool rocks, which is brutal. It's totally bottlenecked by stone, and it's spending all my stone. But I'm trying to save. I'm trying to not build any more buildings until I can get the town hall. And this will keep me from capping, and it gets me a bunch of useful unlocks for other grinds. So I think I'm going to go ahead and pull the trigger on it. So I need the township skill cape. And I think I can get all of them already. Yeah. All right, and just I'll leave that in my past. Pretend like I didn't do that when I desperately need the stone later. These all cost like 1,000,000 gold, and I'm trying to save my money, so I'm just gonna get the mastery one. We'll come back later and get the other ones later. The global evasion I'll get next time I do combat. Thieving 88. I can now pickpocket the knight. Who that 63% chance. Probably should. Let me try to mastery him up to 50. I've been trying to work on that while I've been pickpocketing this court chester. Problem's gonna be bank space though. He drops 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items, not including his 3 area uniques and his own unique. I do not have enough space for that. I just recently went through and got rid of some weapons. Like I got rid of the Ellerine spear and the desert saber because like I'm going to use those again. Tempting to like get rid of the ice dagger on the argument that I could farm it again if I get the township task for it. I just don't have the space for it now. But it comes from like a dungeon chest, which is annoying. I could sell this stuff, these helmets, on the argument that I can buy them back from the store for like 100K. I would take 100K as a storage fee for the item. I'm also using the clown hat in a lot of those skills right now anyway for mastery. I think I do that to get storage back. Yeah, it gets me 12 slots. I guess the sneakers don't count as a slot that I'll be losing because I already have it filled. The chapeau I already have filled. So you gotta do 9 plus 1 for the Bobby's pocket. It's 10. I already have Knight's Sigil, so that saves me a space. I got rid of the Knight's Cape, so that loses me a space. I don't have room for the Whetstone, and then his unique is the Knight's Defender. So, oh, the Rune Shield saves me a space. That's right. I need to have that for a township task. This might be doable. Okay, I was able to clear up one more slot, so I think I can do the Knight safely here. Hopefully get that Defender. The Defender would not be good for like bosses and stuff because it had like even as a penalty to DR. But if I'm farming something like the Master Farmer, it reduces your attack interval, which is pretty great. Go ahead and get started with him. His max hit's pretty nasty, but it's absorbable. Me try to pump him. 50 is good because it reduces the interval. Oh, I finally have enough Baron Toe seeds to do one of these tasks here. I might stop planting Baron Toe seeds, then I still have one that I need to get like 1,000 Borax seeds. Yeah, which is a little annoying. But what I might start doing, I'm tempted to just start planting one of each kind of herb seed because I need all of them when I get around to herblore training. And I was mostly just planting Baron Toes to get that township task complete. I have 50 million GP now. I could go ahead and unlock summoning, but I'm going to try to hold out for 100 million. What's my time limit here? I have about a little under 2 days if I want to build the town hall during spring to get another 50 million. So hopefully that's achievable.
I am going to continue with the Knight because I want his unique drop, but I noticed that the Cyclops is getting really close to 100% success rate. And I'd like to. There's a couple drops I want from the Cyclops. I want the eyeballs, actually. I need tons and tons of eyeballs for 2 township tasks and also for some herblore potion recipes. So I'm hoping this is going to be a little bit more profitable. The other area unique I don't have sells for 15,000 GP, which is pretty good. Probably won't be using the cave giant boots. I don't think they're relevant anymore. They may have been if I got them a long time ago, but I think the sand treaders outpace them pretty significantly. But it's something I could sell for money. I think it sells for like 28k or something. So we'll see how this goes. Hopefully I get a little bit more money than I'm getting from the Knight right now. That was a much more efficient way to get eyeballs than actually fighting enemies that drop them. Nice. Well, I always got the cave giant boots. Like I said, I think they're no longer relevant to me. 5% melee maximum hit. I don't think it's possible for that to ever compete with attack interval down or damage reduction. So I think I just have to sell them. 89 thieving. I don't think there's any other major thieving unlocks that I care about. At least not until I get into the expansion. The level 100 pickpocketing NPCs are outstanding. But 92 and 95, I think, are the Princess and the King, neither of which have super interesting drops. Here comes 99 Carrion Tree Mastery, and now I've mastered everything in the Throne and the Herald expansion, which is quite nice. I'm going to start working on herbs, I guess, from the base game. Township 106, really hope I get to 110 in time to use up all these stash resources before I cap. I have to come up with some kind of solution before I cap resources. Otherwise, just want to do that instead. The 69 million gold, nice. Farming 114. At 115, I get new patches. I think it's specifically a new tree patch, which would cost 10 million, but hopefully I'll have paid for my township upgrade by then. Popped away for dinner for a bit. Coming back, I got to thieving 90 and a bunch of loot. 1557 eyeballs per hour is really solid, actually. 3 million GP. Okay.
Checking to see if I squeezed out the 100 million here. Not quite. Hey, there's Sneck. Waiting for that for a while. That's a pretty huge upgrade in terms of GP per hour from thieving. Oh, very, very welcome drop. If I sell the loot drops, still not there, but we're really close. 1.4 million. I'm gonna try to wait it out here. I'm so close. There it is, 100 million. Oh, it was brutal. Okay. Make sure I equip the cape. That'll help with the other resources. Purchase. Beautiful. I have one now. I have to wait for a tick in 18 minutes to see it pay off. Tax rate updated. It is what I was expecting. 389K the next 14 minutes, 15 minutes. Obviously, that's going to be going down a bunch when we're not in spring anymore, but I think it's still going to be about a couple weeks before it completely pays for itself and it's all profit. Thieving 91. Still waiting for this tick. I'm probably going to leave thieving up overnight. I want to get thieving to 100 plus because there's all kinds of good shit past 100 I want to go for before really pursuing anything else. There's a thing that reduces the herb lore interval, which would be great if I can stack it with the thing from the water god dungeon that I still have to buy. This guy. Hoping that if I pick up enough of these town halls, then money is going to be much less of a problem going forward. All right, here's my first township tick since getting the town hall. Look at that. Beautiful. 300K. You'd love to see it. I think my plan is to stay on the Cyclops until I get the 50,000 eyeballs. Almost halfway there already, so I don't think it'll take terribly long, but it's pretty good thieving XP, pretty good thieving mastery pool. I'm just redirecting any pool into the night, so I can eventually pickpocket the night with the highest possible success chance to get that defender. All right, checking in on thieving here. Townships with a 107. I don't think it's going to hit 110 before spring ends, which is too bad. 12 million GP is pretty good, though. Okay. The Cyclops is maxed, so that's cool. Oh, and this pool is almost maxed. I'm glad I caught it before it did. I think we keep pumping night, right? Okay. Our mastered farming node. Garum herbs are mastered. Got a bunch of township building done here. Still, storage is a problem. Probably gonna end up having to trading post some stuff. But kind of my argument is I'm increasing anything that produces actual useful goods. So basically anything other than food generation. The desert, the jungle, the mountains, and the forest are completely done. They don't have any new buildings coming. I still have to do this blacksmith estate, and run out of money to be able to afford to do that. And then theoretically, I need to do the fisherman's port, which I'm less excited about. This farming estate. And then after that, it's just going to be trading posts, the upgraded clothier, the town hall, obviously, the repository. And then the big thing I want to try to sink into is the estates once I hit 110. So it'll get me more tax income and will be cheaper individual tax income buffs than saving up another 100 million for the town hall. Oh, I forgot. It's only 30,000 eyeballs, not 50,000, so I'm almost done. Okay, I'll stay on the Cyclops until then. They'll get me enough diamonds to do another task as well, which is awesome. And I can save those diamonds for making diamond luck potions down the line. Okay, so now that I've built everything except trading posts and the town hall and buildings that require level 110, I have to be very careful with my spending here. I don't want to cap on storage, but I'm also limited in the stuff that I can sell. You notice I yeeted all of my ore. I need to have mining unlocked in 40 Township tasks to cash that in for ore. It was a lot, but it was going to end up causing a storage problem if I didn't eat it. And I looked at my calculator spreadsheet that I made, and I'm literally done with ore. I don't think I need it to build anything else at all. So better to just eat it now than agonize over it later. I will be able to spend, I have some excess herbs, not terribly many. I'll be able to spend that on golden stars, and some excess potions, not terribly many. I'll be able to spend that on consumable enhancers. Then I can make golden star 2 for when I'm on vacation and just running astrology for like a week. I traded some of my leathers for Slayer binding scrolls just to sell for money. It wasn't worth a ton of money, but I'm good on leather. Things I'm not good on now. I still need like 1.5 million food. I'm almost done with wood. In fact, I think one more tick and I'm done with wood. But wood's another one I'm going to have to eat because it requires wood cutting or fire making levels, neither of which I'm going to unlock for a while. I guess hunter or ranged as well, but I'm not doing ranged for a while. Planks are actually pretty far. I think that planks are the furthest, amusingly. I need to do like 49 hours of production to have enough planks. I need 2 million, and I only have 772,000, which is unfortunate because planks are one of the things that I can actually trade in, I think. Like at the bottom. Yeah, technically, I could trade that in for money. So I gotta let that go for like 2 days. Stone is obviously not good. I have 3 million. I need 6.4 million, so that's the next big grind. I guess I don't regret getting the cool rocks because I think I'll get enough stone in time that it's not going to be a big deal. Bars, I'm almost done with. I think I need 1.4 million and I have 1.2. Totally done with ore, coal, rune essence, herbs, and potions. So I don't need to worry about those, and hides. And then just clothes. I need 1.9 million and I only have 700,000. So I'll have to get 1.2 million. But it's all pretty doable. I think in terms of just having enough resources to buy all of the buildings, I will be able to do that without too much trouble. The concern is how many resources I end up wasting in storage. I'm going to have to do some tactical yeeting of things that I can't redeem, like wood, and redeem as much and just sell for money elsewhere, I think is the plan. I really think as soon as I hit 110 township, which I think I calculated it's not going to be until tomorrow, so it'll be after summer hits, so I won't be able to get the big discounts. But I need to focus on building the estates first because they're going to increase my money. They're going to increase my XP in township. Getting to 120 township probably isn't going to happen before I finish building everything, but in case it does, it gives me an additional discount with the updated cape, so not necessarily terrible. So I think my short-term goal is build all 120 estates, which is going to be really expensive. I think each estate costs like, I add commas to this number in my spreadsheet so I can actually read it. 23 million to build all 40 in each region. So it's a total of like 75 million to build all of them. I think it's probably better to spend that on 120 estates than it is to buy one more town hall. I could buy the next town hall after that. I think it's going to take long enough for me to get to 110, and I'm still thieving. It's possible that I'll hit 50 million gold before I have to start worrying about building estates. I will spend that on summoning because I want to start training summoning, and then my next skill unlock after that's going to cost 100 million. Thieving 92, I unlocked the princess. Probably not going to bother. Probably going to stay on the Cyclops. Where am I on eyeballs? Oh, I'm really close. I'm just going to wait out. This is like 1 to 2 successful pickpockets, depending on whether or not it doubles. And I'll probably swap to the knight and AFK it for today. Okay, I've got all 30,000 eyes here. Let's turn that in. Crazy that that's an elite task. And then with the 5,000 diamonds, I will also be able to turn in this hard task. I'm going to sell that Dragonite ore because I'm not going to be able to use it for a very long time. I still have 48 or 4,600 diamonds, which is going to be great when I unlock the Diamond Luck Potion. I will be grinding that out eventually. I decide if I want to hold on to the rubies. I think rubies end up being a secondary in summoning. It's a pretty late, it's like a level 90 secondary, but I have 5,000 of them. I'd rather hold on to them. I don't think it's worth 3 million gold to sell them. All right, I'm going to sell everything else and formally switch over to pickpocketing the knight. Let me see if I can pump another level into him. Not quite. Let's get rid of this junk. Thank you, Mr. Cyclops. I'm going to go ahead and open these 270 stacks of bones. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, I mostly rolled regular bones, but what are you going to do? Go ahead and bury these guys. And I'll just AFK the knight. I'm trying to plan ahead for summoning here since it's going to be my next unlock, and I realized that getting started training it is going to be a nightmare because I don't have woodcutting, mining, or magic. Getting the first 15 levels are pretty much going to hard require that I just use daggers to train, and I've been selling these dragon daggers. I think I need to stop because I can do 2 dragon daggers per output, which is pretty good because I would need like 50 bronze daggers otherwise, and that would be really, really annoying to try to get. I think we take it still. It's just I'm basically going to have to be pickpocketing this knight and saving every dragon dagger as a summoning secondary. It's kind of cool though. I think it makes smithing a lot more interesting. Mining and smithing are kind of bad in RuneScape, in both RuneScapes, but I think they have interesting ways they hook into other skills in this. Actually, probably should have saved that Dragonite ore that I got because it's also an early secondary I could have benefited from. A little bit too late now. Any source of ore would have been good to hold on to. It's okay. I make decisions about selling things based on my immediate need for bank space, and sometimes that creates regrets. But I think that I haven't had room for anything, so I shouldn't regret it. It was the right call to sell it at the time. Oh wait, no. I would need to have Marks of the Mole, which means I need to have mining unlocked. So the Dragonite ore wouldn't have helped me. The only thing that can help me right now that I should have been saving is the Dragon Daggers, at least as far as I can tell. Hey, finally got a Knight's Defender. I actually need to use that. Like, now I'm almost out of Magic Tree seeds, and I don't even have enough for the next planting round. So as much as I want to be exclusively thieving, I think I'm going to pop out to go do Master Farmers with that Defender. It's perfect for that specific task, I think. We're at 92 mastery on this guy. Township 108, 2 to go. Checking in on some AFK thieving here. 93 thieving. No other substantial. I should have plenty of dragon daggers for when I unlock summoning, though, so that's good. And I'll probably get it in the morning, so I'm up to 41 million gold here. Just going to do some basic maintenance, check on my farming patches, check on Township, and then probably let it continue to steal overnight. Working on maxing the herbs. So there's the oxalime herb. All right, how'd 9 hours of thieving go here? Thieving 94, Township 109, so close to 110. I'm really lucky I got that Defender when I did, because it seems like it's pretty tough to pull from this guy. 7,000 watermelons. Guy, 99 mastery yet? Man, it's still not. Fortunately, it's really easy to cap on mastery here. Guess I can spend a point here to get to 98. Yeah. I'm going to be spending the rest of my excess mastery on leveling up the adventurer because I'm really going to want to pickpocket him as soon as I hit 100 thieving. All right, so I do have enough money from all that thieving to be able to afford to unlock summoning. I'm going to do that. I think to do any summoning, I'm going to want to have the necromancer potions. So I'm going to pump mastery into it to get it to tier 3. And then use that necromancer potion. Okay. Fortunately, I can just buy feathers and just make like 100 of these, I guess. Where's 20 at a time? 1,000. I think I automatically discovered a summoning mark during the tutorial island. I'll have to see which one it is. I might have to do some combat here to get the first mark and use up these dragon daggers. Okay, so let's go to summoning. Unlock my first skill in a really long time here. May now use this skill. Mark of the Golden Thief. Okay, so we want to go ahead and turn on. Let's start with this Potion 4 that I got. And I don't really care about what I have equipped here. I guess Mastery is important to me right now. Great Familiar Tablets. Right, so I need red Summoning Shards. I have to buy. Guess I'll start by just buying 100. I'm going to need to get a lot of them, though. I can select the recipe. We want Dragon Dagger. Create, right? Pretty long create time. I think we want to equip that like right away. Already equipped, okay. I think we get the bulk of the summoning XP from actually using the tabs rather than crafting them. What are the mastery unlocks? Cost reduction, excluding shards. Okay, which isn't very noticeable when it costs you 2 at a time. Mark not yet located. Synergies, we don't know yet. Synergy system's really cool. Summoning is a horrible skill in RuneScape 3. It's just very poorly designed, really poorly thought out. It seems like it's really cool in Melvor. They've actually put the thought into it. I need to be able to get to level 15, which is maybe a bit of an ask. We'll see. As I actually start using the tablets here. Be able to squeeze out summoning level 2. GP gain when hitting with an attack. Okay. So if we go into combat and we switch over, we want to unequip this. Over here. Equip this one. Go ahead and save that. I guess we'll do a Master Farmer because I'm still short on Magic Tree Seeds here. Let's see how this goes. Oh, that's interesting. There's like a second interval for my combat summon. Oh, he does damage too. That's kind of cool. So does a tablet get burned every time I attack? Okay, it does. And I get a small amount of summoning XP. Oh, do I need my familiar to like... An interesting problem. Like, is it a problem that I'm hitting so fast? I guess my familiar is still getting a chance to attack, but it's a pretty small amount of XP. Well, I'm going to burn through this stack. See what level I get to. Obviously not going to announce every low-level summoning level, but summoning 3 from fighting. I need to make it to 15. That's when I can kind of focus train summoning without having to depend on a rare dagger drop from the knight. And so I have no other real use for these dragon daggers other than to sell them. I guess selling them is worth an okay amount of money, but I'd much rather have them as a secondary. So I'm just going to burn through all of them and see what level that gets me to. So if I've got 556 and I need... How many? I'm making all these is almost 1,000,000 GP, so I'm glad I unlocked this fairly late. Here we go. Oh, let me make sure I'm wearing the right gear set here. Hold on. Summoning level 5 gives us Occultist and Mole, neither of which do I have access to, because that requires the Occultist is magic, Mole is mining. Alright, made it through all of my Dragon Daggers. Now I just have to equip all of these and AFK combat for presumably a really long time. Get 2 XP every time it hits. Oh, hey! Jewel of Relics. Cool. I need to get the Circlet now. Go ahead and lock that. I need to figure out what skills drop the Circlet. Look at that later. Bank space can be an issue. I think I'll be okay. All right. So I have 8,300 marks, and a mark gets consumed whenever the attack actually goes off. Okay. And the attack isn't getting to go off every hit here, unfortunately, because of how much damage I do. And because my attack interval is so much faster than the summoning attack interval. Maybe I should fight my Slayer task. I'm trying to think about how I want to handle this. Yeah, let me just go ahead and do my Slayer task. It's probably fine. Don't think I need any DR against this enemy. Oh, I got some more Marks the Goblin Thief. That's cool. I think the reason you need extra marks is that governs... Where can I see that? I can see that somewhere. Governs like what synergies you can do with other higher tier familiars or something like that. Yeah, the mark system is pretty cool. Obviously, they've thought about how summoning works in RuneScape 3, which blows. It's fucking stupid. It's like you have to get these charms and these shards and these pouches, and it's just awful. But the idea that you're like being able to make better summons by actually training this skill that the summon is associated with is pretty cool. And I like that it seems like a lot of the summons have uses. Like, not every synergy has a use. They had to come up with a lot of different synergies, so obviously some of them are a little silly and not very helpful. But I mean, there way more summoning synergies are useful in this game than summons are useful in RS3. Oh man, I should just save my battle axes from pickpocketing the knight. They're used to make Minotaur tablets. That's okay. I probably could have looked ahead and seen that, but I go and pickpocket him again, which I certainly will do because I'm going to need money for like more town halls and the like. I will try to do that. Hey, summoning 15. Okay, so I need to get a wolf mark, which I get from staying on attack here. I'll keep doing combat for a bit until I discover one. There we go. You have discovered the mark of the wolf. I have to make at least one to continue leveling the mark, so let me finish this kill and I'll go do that. And this guy uses cooked food, so I'm going to burn through some of my shitty cooked food that I want to get rid of anyway. Fortunately, it doesn't scale very well with the perfect herrings, but that's okay. All right, so there is a synergy between the Golden Thief and the Wolf, but they both have to be level 2. So I'm going to try to keep doing combat now with both of them just to see where that puts me here. This gives me a small amount of life steal is the idea. And this gives me GP on hit. Okay. Now I get significantly more summoning XP per hit because I think my understanding is that it's giving you XP whenever it consumes a tablet, and then it gives you XP scaling with the level of the tablet, and it's a higher level tablet. So I should level up quite a bit faster here, I would think. Trying to look further ahead for summoning secondaries, and I should have also saved all of the shields from the knight. I think that basically everything the knight drops, you want to hold on to. It almost seems like maybe the plate bodies he drops you can just safely sell. They're not used in anything. Yeah. I should have saved all of the rune shields for the yak mark, which seems pretty good. It's +1 damage reduction. Mark level 2. You leveled up Mark of the Golden Thief. You can now synergize with tier 1 familiars, assuming the mark level for those familiars is at least level 2. Sweet. I really like the mark system. I think it's very clever. It's a reasonable extra drop to look forward to when you're training a specific skill. Big fan. Now I'm finally in a situation where the next skill I'm going to unlock, it's 100 million, so probably not. I'm probably going to get another township tax building first. But it's not obvious which one I want to take next because everything I've been taking has been something that has like benefits to every other skill, and now most of these don't have benefits to every other skill. The reason I would take crafting, and I think it's going to be crafting, is that it has a summoning tablet that synergizes amazingly with the leprechaun tablet you get from summoning, which basically makes it so you get
way, 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 way more money from thieving. In fact, I think that that's powerful enough that it's probably justifiable to unlock that before the next town hall, because it might get me the ability to generate enough money that I can just buy the remaining town halls without it being too brutal of a grind. So even though crafting itself is kind of useless to me, there's a couple things it can do. It can make some bag consumables, which are interesting. But it can make the ring of blade echoes, which I actually have more than enough resources for now. Yeah. Um, I think we still go for it because I think that leprechaun plus monkey synergy is kind of busted. Other thing we definitely want to be doing here is buying the necromancy set. Gonna help a lot with making as many tablets as possible, squeezing as much value out of each tablet creation as possible. Unfortunately, it's more bank space I don't have, but that's just the story of my life right now. So start by picking up the hat. I think that's a correct pull here. Summoning 25, I can do the Minotaur and the Pig. I think I want to burn, well, Pig is good. I can't do the Minotaur because I have to get battle axes, and I shouldn't have sold the ones I was getting from thieving, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll be thieving again later. Uh, Pig is pretty good for cooking. Side, I don't really have any cooked food on me right now. I'll figure it out. I'm probably going to burn all of my raw fish just to get them out of my bank with octopus, but I have to unlock octopus first. Right now, I actually kind of just want to get wolf level 2 for the synergy because the synergy seems pretty neat. Also, running the synergy costs you extra tablets, which effectively generates more XP, which is great. Hey, there's Mark of the Wolf level 2. Okay, so we go to summoning and we go to synergies and we click on this guy. This is just unlocked. Okay, so we go into combat and then click on the synergy active. Extra 350 GP from monster drops, and I should burn through both tablets much faster. All right, I'm just going to use up all my wolf tablets. I don't have any other use for them. All right, I'm out of wolf. I got summoning up to 34. 35 is when I unlock the thieving one, that's going to be my life going forward. The thieving one's great because I can just spend money on it as a secondary. I don't think it quite breaks even. It might come close to breaking even with all my other buffs. We'll see. I'm going to finish getting this kill here and then probably try to discover a fishing mark because I can burn a bunch of my raw fish to get a few more summoning levels squeezed out here. I think we're going to fish for crabs. My argument on that is I don't really care. Like, I feel like you could say you should just fish for whatever the highest healing fish is. Because I get crabs for free from the standard resupply and I'm buying it all the time, I would like to cook enough crabs to get my crab mastery and cooking up in order for those crabs to heal for more, which is potentially going to take a really long time, but it's fine. I think you can make a pretty good argument to instead go for the seahorse because I think the seahorse has one of the lowest threshold times for a thing that you can actually cook. Yeah, I think that's the lowest interval for something you can actually cook. So maybe we switch to that instead. I don't know. We'll see. Fishing 78, still waiting for this mark to pop. I might actually switch to the seahorse just because it's so much faster. Maybe see if I can get it to spawn more quickly. Holy shit, about time. I'm like super dry on this. Should have gotten it in like, well, I'm not super dry. I should have gotten it in like 500 seahorses. It took me like 700 seahorses. So let's definitely go ahead and make some of those here. Let's see. Mark of the octopus. Use up everything I've already fished for to start with. Need green shards. Let's get 1,000 to get started here. There we go. Soft goal here is to try to get the pig plus octopus synergy because that makes it so you have a 75% chance when you're fishing to catch a cooked fish so they can then feed back into both summoning skills. So need to pump up levels on both of those. In fact, it probably makes sense for me to go start cooking to try to unlock the pig synergy or the pig mark. Given how slow that was, though, it might take a really long time. We'll have to see.
Summoning's cool. It feels like a candy loop skill. It's always sending you like several layers deep. Oh, jam, I misread. The thieving one is 45, not 35, so I'm going to have to keep at this for a while. It's summoning 35. It's a centaur and the crow, neither of which I can use just yet. Cook these swordfish anyway to make more generous cook potions, so hopefully the process of doing that is just going to luck out and produce a mark for me. The first mark seems like it's the most annoying to get, because once you have the first mark, you get a bonus to get more marks if you have the relevant mark equipped. Finally got the mark of the pig. I went double dry on that. Absolutely brutal. All right. Well, I want to start benefiting from that basically immediately. So what cooked foods? Probably don't want to use swordfish. Well, no, I'm just going to use the swordfish that I just cooked. I need silver marks. Okay. The reason for not wanting to use these is because I technically need them in herb lore, but that's okay. I can always make more of them. I guess I can use the perfect ones on summoning and then use the regular ones on herb lore. And maxing the mantellime herb here, which just leaves me with sourweed, which is very exciting. 71 cooking, I'm really dry. I need like 4 marks of the pig. I'm doing my math correctly. It should be like a 1 in 200 with the mark equipped. And I've caught, like, I've cooked coming up on 1,000 fish here and haven't gotten more than 1. It's summoning 40, 5 levels to go. Well, I was insanely dry for this mark, and then I got 2 back-to-back, so I guess there's some hope that I'll get there. I still need 2 more. Yeah, and I can switch off of cooking into fishing. Got another mark, so 1 more, and we'll be good to go. I actually don't really like cooking as a skill very much in this game. I think it's just because it's like really slow. I guess it gets better with some of the unlocks you can get from the shop that require like fire making and smithing, which I don't have. But it's probably the only skill I regret unlocking. I think, well, I guess fishing would be kind of a dead skill if I didn't have cooking. I suppose you could argue that I could exclusively use it for like skeleton fish and for like blowfish. And I've had stacks of food that have gotten me through content earlier that I cooked. So it's not a huge waste. I think I could have gotten around it though. I think I could have used thieving to get food. I could have started working on watermelons sooner because I've got a shitload of watermelons. Just harvest those constantly. It's great. There we go. Took long enough, but mark level 2. Leveled up mark of the pig. Now we have to level up the fishing mark, the octopus mark. I think I stay on the seahorse. Summoning 44, 1 to go. That's good. Yeah, so I guess the argument is it doesn't matter what you do in fishing because the interval scales the likelihood you're going to get a mark drop. But I guess I would rather have more rolls, right, with a lower chance than fewer rolls with a higher chance. Got another back-to-back mark drop. That's fantastic. I wonder if that's able to be doubled. That would be kind of crazy if it's affected by doubling. Probably not. There's summoning 45. That's our target. So now I just need to sit at thieving to try to get the leprechaun mark, and then I'm very excited about AFKing that for a while. Probably going to AFK it during stream to try to get as many leprechaun level ups as I can. Let me burn through my bank of random bullshit foods, though, because I'd be wasting a ton of bank space on this right now. Okay, cleared out my bank space. Time to go pickpocket. I'm going to actually go with the merchant. Well, probably just do the Cyclops because it's more XP. It's the same, like, everything else is the same. I don't need, like, the eyeballs or anything else. I do still need more herbs, but I think this is probably the better way to go. Not quite 100%, actually. I'm out of Gentle Hands potions. It's probably not worth using it for such a small increase in pickpocket chance. All right, let's hope we get lucky. I think my chance is 1 in 410 to get the leprechauns. The earlier I get it, the better. And the leprechaun can be crafted with gold. So I can just make tens of thousands of marks or however I want to do this. We'll see. Oh, I did my math wrong. I was assuming that I already had the leprechaun equipped. It's a 1 in 820 to get it, so that's a little bit rougher. Hey, there it is. I got that one a little bit under rate, which is good because that's the one I want the most. So, pretty happy about that. Create tablets. 30 million gold. Let's buy like 1,000 of both of these. Let's just make a ton of them. Oh, right. And let's equip this thing to get more. Okay. It cost me 850 gold per tablet right now, which is obviously not great for me. But we get, well, I guess it's 850 gold for 30 tablets. So I got to do the math on that. And it gets better every time I get to one of these mastery thresholds. So I'm going to be dumping all my mastery into this guy. I think we can break even without taking too much trouble. All right, so I did a whole bunch of math. I am down 9 GP per tablet right now, but that will get better as this price comes down, and especially once I get to level 50, because that lets me get -1 shard cost reduction, which pretty substantially decreases the total cost. So we're going to try to get to 50 at least before I switch over. Yeah, I did the math. As soon as I get to mastery 50, I profit by like 12 gold per tablet. But the point is that it doesn't cost me anything. It's pure profit based on the plus 50 GP from the leprechaun, right? Everything else from thieving is still profit on top of that. So that'll be fantastic. I'll just be able to make as many of these as I want. And this is probably going to be the way that I get summoning to train really high, because I should be getting summoning XP on every single pickpocket, which is kind of insane. Okay, I'm just making enough of these tablets to run me while I'm AFK on stream. Really quick before I do this, though, I'm going to see if I can get octopus marks, because the octopus plus leprechaun synergy is kind of cool. It makes it so that the fisherman, you pickpocket him way faster, and he gives you like twice as much fish. Kind of want to give that a try, but I might not be able to get enough octopus marks in time. We'll see. I got another back-to-back. I'm mark level 2. I need to get it to mark level 3, so I need 10 more, which on average is going to take about an hour, and an hour is my time. So we'll see if I get spooned. If I don't, it's fine. I'll just level Leprechaun by itself. My reason for wanting to have Mark of the Octopus at the same time is then, whenever the synergy procs, then I'll get more mark progress for the Octopus, and I'll get more summoning XP. Well, I appear to be getting spooned. It's only been a couple minutes, and I'm already up to 10, so I only need 6 more. Hopefully I don't get screwed now that I just got spooned. Well, it's been like 25 minutes since I last reported, and I am dry now. So I don't think it's going to happen. I probably shouldn't try to force it to happen. I should probably just do what I was planning to do, which is just to pickpocket the Cyclops. Should be fine. Let me make sure that I have this guy in my quick equips for thieving. I'll quickly notice if I forgot to put it on. Farming 115 as I go to step away here. I had to cancel stream for a Comcast outage. My internet keeps dropping out and coming back in, so I decided to log in really quick while it was back on before it dies again, because I guess you can keep the game up, just can't connect to the game if the internet's out. So yeah, I got 5 summoning levels, 7 marks of the Leprechaun. Oh, and I got tie. 3 mastery XP on all skills. That's really good. Mark level 2. Okay. I have to like rigorously clean and move things out of the way in the house. There's a HVAC installation coming. So I need to make sure they have access to the exterior walls. They're going to be installing our mini splits. But I want this game to be running while I'm doing that, and I may as well top off Township once an hour or so. Now that I can check in on this every so often, I'm going to try to do this Mark of the Octopus thing again. So I'm going to go back to fishing for a little bit. See if I get lucky. I got another back-to-back mark drop. I feel like that happens a lot. Now I have the octopus as high as I need it to be. I'm going to quickly make some fisherman's potions. I was popping out to get crabs to do that. And then we're going to try pickpocketing this fisherman. Mastering another thing here. Sour wheat herb is donezo. All my herbs are done. So now that all my herbs are 99, just confirm that.
They are. I'm going to plant one of each herb from now on. All right, I got enough of these octopus tablets. I'm going to do this thieving thing and try. So let's go to the port. Let's go to the fisherman. I might have to do something to activate the synergy, question mark. Thieving skill interval for fishermen only. 2%, 2 base thieving item quantity from fishermen only. Great. Could have that. If that's turned on, make sure I have all my right gear on here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, plus 50%. Okay. It significantly increases the interval, not decreases. I thought that was a mistake. I Googled it. I saw plus 50%. I'm like, there's no way it actually slows it down, does it? And I looked it up, and people were saying, yeah, it makes it go twice as fast or cuts it in half or whatever. And they were wrong. I guess they never actually attempted it. They were just like doing math with it versus leprechaun plus monkey. So that's kind of a bummer. That was kind of a giant waste of time. I guess the idea is that you're getting triple items for not triple time. But that's still like super not worth it. Summoning 55. When I actually get enough money to unlock crafting, I'll be able to do monkey right away. That's my current objective, is unlock crafting as soon as possible, even though it's going to be 100 million I'm not spending on a town hall. I just realized that I'm out of magic seeds, so I'm fighting the master farmer for a bit. I'm doing it on slash here with the hope of being able to unlock the Minotaur summoning mark eventually. Probably not going to use that a ton because it requires battle axes, which are pretty much impossible for me to get outside of pickpocketing the night, but I probably will be doing a lot of pickpocketing the night, so I'd like to at least unlock it. All right, checking in on my pickpocketing here. Should also finally be Township 110. Yeah, we got it. And summoning 4 level ups, 11 marks a leprechaun. Very good. That all looks great. Okay. So now I need to start dumping into estates, but I'm really sad that I fucked something up. I think I mentioned this, that I set this to like 1% resource cap, thinking that it would just lock in the amount of wood that I had, but it actually chunked out the wood at the next tick. So I'm not going to have enough wood to buy all of this, which is depressing. But I'm going to do as much of it as I can here because this should increase my income. Let me repair and, well, build one and then repair. Yeah, now I'm bottlenecked on wood because of that. That's painful. I guess actually being capped on wood is probably stopping me from just dumping all of my money. I wasn't looking and I didn't see that each one of these costs 591k, which is an extremely substantial amount, actually, especially since this is not spring anymore. So I think it's more important that I save up the 100 million to unlock crafting to get the leprechaun monkey synergy. Probably more important to do that than to run out of money on this, although it will increase my tax rate money. Not by enough, I don't think. Hey, just got Mark of the Minotaur. I'm trying to get some magic tree seeds here. Let's see if I want to make any of those. I'm not sure. It's gonna be painful, but I am gonna go ahead and spend this 10 million on an extra magic tree slot because it's each harvest I do for magic trees gives me so much money. Won't take very long to pay for itself, I think. Eating 95 just unlocked the king, who I think does actually have some interesting drops. He drops basically every single possible jewelry type, but I think I don't care about any of them. And he drops a shield that gives like significant increase in GP in combat, but I don't know when I would use that. I'd have to think about it. Just blasting through mark levels for Leprechaun here. Unfortunately, I screwed up earlier. I got Knight to 99. I should not have done that. I can get away with that in farming. I cannot get away with going below the 95% threshold in any other skill, even though I was capped.
horrible decision. It was even with like 7 mastery tokens in the bank. I've been working to rebuild back up to 95% ever since. But I'm going to have to set up a bunch of leprechaun tablets so that I can run this overnight. I'm going to have to calculate how many I need. All right, so reading ahead, it might actually be a good reason for me to pickpocket either the princess or the king, because to make monkey tablets, I need jewelry, and I need a fucking shitload of jewelry. I don't know if I want to AFK them overnight. Obviously, I would want to get the level up to 50 at least first. Think about it. I have to make bank space to pick up every single thing they can drop, which is going to be a pain in the ass, to say the least. Oh, something disastrous just occurred to me. I didn't realize that I had to manually unequip this enhancement and then re-equip it whenever I switch equipment sets. I don't know why I assumed that it would just keep these. If I want that to not happen, then I have to clear the Undead Stronghold again, which I don't think you could. I don't think you could hold a gun to my head and get me to do that. Really don't want to move it though. I feel like equipment sets are really annoying. I hope in Melvor 2 they make it so that each equipment set can like share gear from other equipment sets. I don't think it's interesting enough to justify needing to do things twice or 3 times or whatever to have multiple copies of items. That sucks. I think I haven't had that sigil equipped in the secondary skilling gear set for like thieving for days, maybe like a week. Ever since I unlocked the second set, I just didn't think about it. Try not to think about it. Try not to cry a lot. Checking in on the overnight thieving project. 4 summoning levels were 65. That should be a good threshold. 96 thieving. 27 marks the leprechaun. I gotta be almost done with that, right? And a whole bunch of stuff. Well, let's see. 22 million GP. Trying to hold out to. Hey, we got the yak now, which is going to be pretty important because the yak gives you damage reduction. You probably need it just for that purpose. Train defense to get that, I think. Yeah, I'm at 59 million. I have to hold out for 100 million to unlock crafting. Let me just clean up some other stuff here. Just save all of my shields and daggers and battle axes, but I can sell everything else. Might be capped. I'm almost capped on mastery. I'm plugging points into princess now on the argument that I'm going to need to switch to her once I have crafting unlocked. I don't want to switch to her too early because I don't have the bank space. But we want to pickpocket her for jewelry for the monkey tablet. I gotta go pay my bills and get some more magic tree seeds for the master farmer. So I'm gonna make a bunch of minotaur tablets with the resources I got from the night. See if I can get that synergy up and running, because I think it's pretty good. It's like 350 GP on every kill. It would make it a little bit more profitable to sit at the master farmer and not thieve. So I'm gonna make as many of these as I can and then go do that, and then we'll get back on thieving. Got the Golden Thief to level 3, which is good. That's what I need to combine it with the Minotaur. So now I just need to get Minotaur to level 2, which is a little slow. I need 4 more marks down here. I'm going to leave that up. I'm fighting my Slayer task just because I kind of want to unlock the Slayer mark. Cyclops, I think it is, just to have it. Slayer 82. I haven't seen the Slayer mark yet, so only have 1 Minotaur mark. I might stick on this. It's a bit of a candy loop, but I only need 2 more Slayer tasks to get the strong Slayer unlock, which would be pretty helpful. So, well, I finally got 200 poison scales, which is another task. I don't really have the space for the lethal toxins. I guess I'll use them when I go back and farm the Earth God dungeon some more. I'll go ahead and take it. 111 Township, although I think Township levels are completely irrelevant now until 120, and the only thing you get from 120 is the Superior Cape. Kind of a weird skill, actually. I hope it gets rethought a little bit coming into Melvor 2. It sounds like similar to Astrology, the early form of Township involved a little bit more randomness, and it had like a tick system where you would accrue ticks that you could then spend at will, which I'm surprised that they went in the opposite direction on that, that they started with a spendable tick system and then got rid of it. But it does feel kind of weird in the context of the rest of the game. Like it's a traditional idle skill, you know, in a game that doesn't really work like a normal idle game. Good lord, that took long enough. I guess you could probably infer how long it took from comparing timestamps with this cloud save thing in the corner. Finally got the Slayer mark. I need to make one so I can get the mark to level up. So let me do that really quick. It's actually crazy expensive. It starts at 1,000 Slayer coins to make one. So I'm guessing you want to like pump this with Mastery Pool before you meaningfully make a lot of them. But I'm just going to make enough so that it drops more. I think it says you just have to make one mark for it to drop more, right? After finding the first mark, you're required to create at least one summoning tablet for the respective familiar in order to find more marks. Okay. I guess I'll just equip that to use it up really quick. Okay. All right, finish my Slayer assignment here. I don't think I can fight the Curse Maiden. She's still too dangerous for me here. But I can now buy this guy finally. I think I have to use it, right? So I have to get 2 of them eventually. So I have to want to equip my plate body probably. Where is it? Here, upgrade. There we go. We'll do another one once I get 50k Slayer points. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fight the Master Farmer as a Slayer task. So I'm going to go back to easy tasks for a little while here. Make my life easier. An interesting phenomenon I'm noticing here is that you don't actually use any tablets if the enemy dies before the summoning bar fills, which is much easier to make happen against an enemy like the Master Farmer. So what I might want to experiment with is making Cyclops tablets to get the bonus Slayer coins per kill. And the argument that the actual Cyclops tablet isn't going to burn most of the time. I think I am more interested in the Minotaur synergy because it should give me a decent amount of GP. I feel like whenever I go to do the Master Farmer right now that I'm sacrificing time spent at thieving and therefore sacrificing time spent getting enough money to unlock crafting, which is going to have a bunch of downstream impacts. But if I can get some more money from doing this, that would be really good. We'll see. I'm really close to the next Golden Thief level up. I think I need like 1 or 2 more marks. So if I do that, if I accomplish that before getting the 2 more Minotaur marks I need, maybe I'll try the Cyclops mark for a little bit. Okay, here's 99 strawberries. Getting really close to having everything mastered in farming without planting the vast majority of them just from extra mastery XP from magic trees. Finally got level 2 mark of the Minotaur. Jeez. And level 4 Golden Thief, which I don't care as much about. I've been trying to get this for a really long time. Plus 25% of melee damage dealt gained as GP. Now that is not what the wiki says, is it? The wiki says plus 250% of melee damage dealt gained as GP. I wonder if they patched that, because that would be really strong. I'd be hitting for like 2,800, and every kill I'd be getting like 7,000 GP. Still pretty good, but it's not as good as I thought it was. That's unfortunate. Well, now that I've unlocked that, even though it's a little underwhelming, I'm going to go for the yak mark. So I'm on block now. Did some testing, and I think I've moved stuff around such that I'm going to get about, if I'm right, 3.8 million GP per hour on the Master Farmer. Oh, hey, Mark of the Yak. That's what I'm here for. It's cool. Let me make one of those so I can get more of them. I might go ahead and turn on the looting amulet, because the main reason I would fight this guy would be to get magic seeds. So I'll lose out on a little bit of GP from that. But if this combo of Goblin Thief plus Minotaur plus Top Hat is really that good, if it's really that much more money than I'd get from thieving, then I'll do this. And leave that AFK during stream at least. That seems really good. All right, I'm back from stream. I got 7 million GP, so I think my calculation was a little wrong earlier, or at least
maybe I got really lucky on numbers when I first started pickpocketing. That's still a decent amount of money, though. I will get to 100 million relatively soon. Summoning 69, nice. Got another signet ring half. That's good. That means, so you only need two. You need to have one to equip, and you eventually need to have one to turn into a township task. So I won't need another B half. I still need to get an A half. Oh, I totally spaced on making a yak. Fuck, I should have made a yak mark before I did this. Because I got the yak mark and then never made a tablet, so I didn't get any more tablets. That's unfortunate. I was on block the entire time. Bummer. Knew I was forgetting something when I logged off. Let me do my farming and crap, and then I'll do that right now so I don't forget in the future. I decided to stop doing one of each herb because it's fucking annoying. Like they all have different harvest times, which is a pain in the ass. So I'm just gonna do Porax. My reason for doing Porax is that I need like 1,000 seeds for a township task, and I can get more seeds back than I plant. Yeah, I got 40 seeds there, so I think I'm only planting what 4, 8, 11, 22 every time. Just gonna make the one here so I don't screw that up again. It's unfortunate though. I feel bad. I might go ahead and equip those just to burn them really fast. Okay, I really got to finish getting crafting unlocked, so I'm just gonna pickpocket now and see how close I get. So my strategy now for township, since I can't buy everything. I don't have the money or the resources to buy everything. And I'm also going to constantly be like, well, I'm never going to buy stuff then because I'm always going to need money for whatever the next unlock is. So what I'm doing is whenever something degrades, since it's cheaper to buy the next upgrade than it is to repair it, I'm just buying the upgrade if it's a building that I actually want. So buildings I want are estates, repositories, and academies. So like this academy is at 99%. I'm going to go ahead and repair it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and buy one and then repair all. I think that's going to be a decent strategy going forward. It will mean that I'm, losing some money, but otherwise I'm not going to buy anything unless if I do something like that. I think that's probably the best way to make sure that I eventually get all the stuff that I need. 70 summoning, I'm probably only going to be reporting on levels now if they have some kind of threshold unlock associated with them. Just too many to report on. About to see if 8 hours of sleep is enough here. Leaving 97, summoning 72, township 112. I don't have the signet ring that I'm going for. Okay, and yes, that was enough. Am I at the mastery cap? I am. Not really a lot I can do about that, unfortunately. Almost certainly be pickpocketing this explorer a lot, so I'm just gonna dump into them. Try to get all the post 100 NPCs at 50 or higher. Get 99 sweet corn. Yeah, only got like 9 more of these to do. All right, unlocking crafting pretty much for the sole purpose of getting the monkey synergy. I have like no other use for crafting really. I think this would be pretty boring. Guess I'll turn on the mastery ring, but literally just going to be making, I think all I can really do is make leather gear for a long time, and then it's going to be most efficient to make leather gear because I can just buy leather with GP, so no reason to go like farm cows or anything silly like that. And I'm just hoping to discover the monkey sigil or mark. Just confirming I should be able to do that. Crafting level 2. I will just report when interesting stuff happens. You don't need to know that I'm switching from leather gloves to leather whatever, right? On the plus side, I finally get to use these crafting potion 4s. 13,000 of them had in my bank for a long time just because they're easy to make. Wait, did I just get the mark and click through it accidentally when I get the level up? No, it was just a level up that I got leather boots now, which are worth more XP.
Yeah, I think this might be the weakest skill in Melvor because it's like so directly mapped from RuneScape without any real changes. I guess there's a couple interesting new things here, like the bags, but just about everything else is just bad. At least smithing is interesting because of some of its new interactions and new recipes. Things like armor trimming makes smithing a little bit more relevant. Hey, there's the mark of the monkey. That's not too bad. All right, so quickly need to get some rings to be able to use that. So we're going to pop back over into thieving and pickpocket the princess really quick. Shouldn't need too much from her. I just want to make one so that I can gather more from more crafting, because I have to get a pretty high monkey level for it to work, I believe. Fortunately, I'm going to have to get a couple copies of things here. I should have spent all my extra mastery on her. That's all I've got. Okay. Actually, I have enough gold topaz tablets that I can make some here. So let me just do that. I just want to be able to get more of them. I don't really care about the specifics here. 6 of those. 8. And we want to make 1 monkey tablet. Actually, probably want to make more than 1 monkey tablet as soon as I can, just because having it equipped helps me find more marks, right? But let's just do that to get started here. Sell this extra junk. All right, I putzed around a little bit and got my monkey level up to 50 before we make too many of them. I'm quickly making some rings because I got a few topazes from pickpocketing the princess. I'm going to turn those into tablets. I just want to have tablets on me so long as I'm crafting to increase the chance that I get more mark drops. I've got a bank space problem. I mean, I always have a bank space problem, but I have a pretty serious bank space problem right now. I guess I'll buy another slot just to give me some wiggle room here. Okay, it was very messy, but I was able to make like 270 tablets. So I'm going to get back to making these silver topaz rings just to get some more tablets and keep feeding it back into itself. This mark grind is pretty brutal. I think the chance of me getting a mark is quite low. It's like 1 in 533. So I don't know if I'm gonna have enough money. Hopefully my like township ticks enough time to keep up with the cost of buying the shards to make more monkey tablets. That's really the limiting factor here, is I'm not gonna be able to afford the GP to make more tablets to increase my chance of getting the drop. I have to get 15 marks. So 15 500 times. Ultimately, I'm going to need like 7,500 tablets on average, I think. Make sure that I have enough. And I don't have anywhere near that. So we'll see. I'm probably going to have to bail and go back to thieving just to get some money to fund this project. I wasn't even thinking about how expensive the tablets would be, but they're pretty nasty. I was looking into it because this ends up being true in RuneScape as well. I was like, which of these recipes is the most efficient? I guess the leather chaps are the most efficient if you're trying to conserve leather, which I am, to save money. Just generally letting the crafting levels flow in here. I only have 4 marks so far at 42 crafting. I am commenting that I might actually make these seed pouches. I don't really have the bank space for them, but they give you extra farming yield, and I have the bags to do it. The only problem is I think I need to save literally all of my bags for a township task that requires 10,000 of them, which should be a little bit more achievable now that I have the thieving checkpoint that makes these drops more common, but probably can't make those for many hours. All right, got Mark of the Monkey level 2. I need to get 10 more levels, which is going to be a nightmare.
I need to make bank space to pickpocket the princess to get enough rings. So I'm actually going to go after I'm done with my current, like almost out of tablets. I'm going to try to burn through all of these battle axes and daggers and shields, which is going to take a really long time. Just to make up the bank space that I'm going to need to make all of the jewelry I need to make the monkey tablets. All right, I'm out of time to get these marks. I'm about to go live with stream. I think I'll have enough leather. Yeah, I have enough leather to last me for 6+ hours or so. I'm not going to have enough monkey tablets. They will run out, but what are you going to do? I'd rather just let it run. Maybe we'll get lucky. I'll be back in a bit. Hopefully it'll be enough. All right, 5 hours of crafting. Let's see how it goes here. I was about to say I better have gotten some marks. I thought it would display at the bottom. 9 marks, so that's enough. Crafting 61, summoning 74. I'm out of monkey tablets, so I have to make some more. But now we have the synergy, and that's what that was all for. So let me move some things around. I'm going to have to probably pickpocket the princess normally in order to get monkey tablets, but then we should have a good money engine up here. Farming 116. I am going to get to 120, so that's cool. Okay, well, I only got 364 monkey talismans together, but I'm really anxious to give this a try. There's the synergy. Sell common drops from thieving at sell per GP for 15 times the base sale price. So if we go back to the knight, I think is the right play for this. Oh my god. Wow. That's really noticeable. All right, well, I'm going to let that sit until these tablets run out, and then I'll get back on the princess to try to make some more tablets. But I really need, honestly, I could probably pickpocket the court jester because I need to get the crate of gems that gives you like 100 sapphires, and then you use those 100 sapphires to make rings instead of relying on what you pickpocket from her. You can pickpocket from her, but it's kind of annoying because you keep pickpocketing every kind of ring and you have to have exactly enough to do each of the recipes in summoning. And if you don't want to use up bank space, you have to buy exactly enough of each kind of shard. Probably better to just let it go. This energy is just as good as it sounded, if not better. The money is just flowing in right now. It's tempted while I'm sitting here to just like start buying township buildings because I can actually afford to do it now. Actually, now I need to think about what do I want to spend my money because I could go ahead and get some of these upgrades like perpetual haste, expanded knowledge. I guess I'm probably going to be sticking on this until I can buy all the stuff I want, so not super important for me to pick things up like these. What I can do is save up enough money and skip all the township tasks that I can't do right now. Glacia, probably the 250 Stardust. At 34 minutes, so can I get 10 million gold in 34 minutes? Because we're about to find out. At 99, Onion Mastery. Doing great on that front. Let's work on potatoes next. Because I actually need to plant potatoes for an herblore secondary. I may as well, you know. I'm going to get everything mastered with magic trees. It's kind of crazy. Pretty cool. Actually, the money from that is going to be enough for me to cancel this task. Made it. All right, now I'll be able to get a real task. I'm going to try to hold on to the Malks and Terran tasks because I do have to do those things eventually. I'm just trying to wait to get around to it. Maybe I can start committing to do like 1 clear of each per day because it's really draining to do more than one and it takes like 30, 40 minutes. Well, I stepped away for a second and had 4 chests of gems, so this should be enough to sustain monkeys for a long time. Let me go ahead and start making those. Probably am going to have to pickpocket the princess just because she drops silver and gold bars and I have a limited number of them and I don't really want to fight the statue again. This is a good way to get bootstrapped at least. Township 113 apparently. Let's see what my new task is here. Watch it be another Stardust task. 300 raw herrings. I can at least do that one. 2 million gold's pretty good now. totally missed that when I'm making jewelry like this, I should be running the octopus at the same time because I guess there's a synergy there that I did not know about. Back on gear set 1. Okay. Yeah, so basically what it does is it gives me, oh, do I not have it unlocked yet? Maybe I need to have octopus. Oh, octopus needs to be rank 4. Okay, well, never mind. That's, in fact, the minimum rank is going to be rank 4 for anything else I want to combo with. Never mind. It makes it so you have a chance to get a gem when you're making jewelry, which is fine, but not mandatory by any stretch. Township update, as I've been bringing in more and more money here, I've maxed out more of the sections just to not have to think about them again. Everything is now maxed out except for the 3 zones that have estates, repositories, academies, that sort of a thing. Get back to working on estates again here soon. You might wonder why you're seeing astrology ticking down there. It's because I think I can actually handle 50 Stardust tasks. It basically represents about an hour, about 50 minutes of astrology, which is tolerable. It sucks to not have the Stardust to spend, but basically the argument I'm doing is that I can probably earn better than the equivalent of 12.5 million GP per hour by just getting the 50 Stardust than if I'm doing the opportunity cost thing and going and doing thieving instead. I don't think my thieving is quite at 12 million an hour yet. So I will probably go ahead and do 50 Stardust if the task pops up. I will likely not do 250 Stardust. And you wonder why I didn't do this sooner. I didn't do it sooner, one, because it wasn't paying as much, but the real reason I wasn't doing it sooner is because it was the only task that I could easily clear, and I only have room for 1 task to refresh. And if there's like room for 3 tasks, that gives me a lot more flexibility with what decisions I want to make. So I'm okay with doing it that way. Before I go to sleep AFKing Monkey plus Leprechaun, I really quick want to do a couple township tasks. I just realized I only need 2 to get the next tier, and I think that unlocks a bunch of stuff at the trader. Doesn't necessarily get me stuff that I don't have the skill for. Like I still can get wood boxes. Would I be able to get herb boxes would be great. And I no longer need herbs for anything, so that would be a cool thing to spend on. So I think the things I can do, there's a task I can do that is great for having access to crafting 100 gold ruby necklaces, 100 silver ruby necklaces. I should just be able to make those straight up, no problem. The actual reward for this task is so ass, 25,000 gold and 1 silver diamond ring. Okay, knock that task out, no problem. I think the next easiest one is actually probably an adamant shield G. Basically just cost me silver and gold bars, and I have to AFK the adamant knight for a little bit. I think it's like a 1 in 50 from this guy, but he dies much faster than he used to, so should be okay. Got it right on rate. A little faster. Kill 47. All right, so let's go ahead and upgrade this guy. All. Okay, township. Turn it in. All right, now we've done 40 tasks, which unlocks a bunch of stuff in the store, which I don't want. I mean, I want it, but I don't have bank space for any of this. It's extra chest piece, like skilling outfit pieces, but I don't know if I'm able to justify buying these for a really long time, unless if I'm really committing. Like when I take my vacation and I'm just going to be doing astrology for a week, I might pick up the astrology pieces. The reason I wanted to do that, though, is the trader. There should be, I can get a food box now. I can get an herb box, which is probably the main thing I'm going to be spending it on. Potion box. Actually, let's get the potion box immediately. The argument for doing this right now, it gives me some potions that I otherwise can't get because they're level 1, and I need them for a really stupid task. Township task. Oh, there's Bird Nest Potion 1. In fact, unfortunately, that's one of the easy ones, isn't it? Yeah, that one's actually still level 1. So I am going to move that over here. Should be able to have space for it. That's extremely funny. On that last kill when I got out, it dropped the obsidian cape. My bank was full and I didn't even see it. I think this thing is no longer relevant to me. I was trying to get it before and never got it to drop. It's nice to have just because I wanted to get it for completion's sake. It's in the list now. I think I sell it. Kind of painful, but it's just evasion, and like, who cares about evasion? I need damage reduction. Some of these are kind of useful, actually. Like, I could just upgrade all of these accuracy potions and keep them. I guess that's going to be the end game with Township. Once everything is maxed with Township, I can just buy these boxes constantly, and even if I don't want the loot, I can sell it, which is kind of cool. So the task I want to do is... okay. Well, I got some of the generous cook potions. I'm going to sell everything else. I'm just trying to do this. So I need another 25 controlled heat potions, another 10 generous cook potions. The generous cook potions are the ones that are annoying because I have generous cook up to like level 3. And using the lucky herb potion to get it would be, or the herb lord potion to get it would be really annoying. All right, I think I'm all prepped to go to bed. 11,000 leprechauns, 5,000 monkeys. They will run out before I wake up, but it's going to be hard to make sure I have enough to cover an entire night. Should wake up to a bunch of money, though. Pretty excited about that. Really looking forward to 100 thieving. And I can pickpocket the explorer, which has a chance to get 2 items that increase my thieving stealth. And maybe can get me a little bit closer to 100% success rate on this guy. All right. I'll see you in a few seconds.
All right, checking in here. 97 million. Pretty sick. It's a pretty huge change. I actually didn't make it through all of my monkeys. I guess the idea is that I burn through them a little bit slower because I get stunned so frequently still at the night. But that's enough money. Well, almost enough money. Get another town hall, so I'll do that as soon as it ticks over to that. All right, just hit 100 mil, buying the town hall here. Excellent. That means next tick I'm going to get 1.3 million. Wonderful. All right, I need to start saving my money in order to make my next set of tablets. So I have to make a ton of monkey and leprechaun tablets, which isn't free. But big moment here. I am done with the Snowlands estates, which are really expensive, and the Grasslands estates. So I just have left the ones in the arid plains, which will take a while. I've got a township task for 750 cooked sharks, which is pretty nasty. It was nice using this synergy, the octopus and the pig, because I was able to get a lot of the cooked fish out of the way. But I did get like 8 marks of the octopus, just back to back. They just dropped. I still need some marks to get one more level up. The next level for octopus is, yeah, here it is. I need, I think, 5 more. The next level for octopus is good because it combos with monkey when I'm making jewelry. So I want that eventually. Township 114, 6 to go. Cooking sharks sucks, man. It's 8 seconds per cook. Good God. Okay, that's done. Turn that in. I got another 500 Stardust is completely unacceptable. I'm gonna have to pull a skip on that. All right, I need to make more tablets, so I'm gonna try to do that. Again, getting my monkey back up. I'm just gonna start buying bank space with money, I think, for a little bit. Obviously, the more important thing is to get township up, get this tax rate as high as I can get it, but I'm sick of being stressed out about bank space constantly. So I'm gonna get at least a few slots. It's currently costing me about 4 million per slot. So by a few, I mean, I think before I started this, I had like 125 or something. Crafting 63 is actually an important level because the green d'hide body, I guess, more than breaks even. It makes a profit even without any like doubling or preservation effects. And it's going to be really good crafting XP if I have to level crafting in the future. The only reason I'm getting crafting levels right now is because I'm making jewelry to process for making more monkey tablets. I can talk. Okay, checking on the thieving here. 102 million. It's crazy how much more money this is. Like it's like an exponential increase. Hey, and now we've got access to the unicorn and bear marks. Been holding off on doing any substantial herb lore because I wanted to get the bear mark. So yeah, I'm gonna dump that money on getting another town hall. Just in time because it's 9 minutes until another tick here. I don't think. Well, let me repair all. Yeah. A very exciting report from Township. In addition to having bought my third town hall, I only need one more estate. And these have been really expensive. They've been taking me forever to build, cost a ton of money, a ton of meat. As soon as this next tick happens and I get some meat, I will be able to afford it. And then at that point, it's all town halls. Like, I don't really care about trading posts that much. I don't really care about repositories that much. I think I'll be playing this game frequently enough that I'll just be able to sign in and spend all my resources. I mean, maybe when I'm out of town AFKing astrology, it might be nice to just let them accrue. But even then, I'll probably just log in and hit repair all every day and maybe dump into some obvious resources from the trader. Yeah, this big grind is nearing its end, and now I just have to let it run for, it seems like it's going to be like 25 hours of thieving should be enough to get me the money for the town halls. And it should get faster every time I build a town hall because the cost to build them doesn't go up, even though my hourly income does. It's already at almost 2 million per hour, which is great. You're wondering why you're seeing skeleton fish ticking. I'm one mark away from the next level for octopus, which gets me something I can do the synergy with crafting, the monkey mark. So I'm just waiting for this next octopus mark to drop. And I didn't want anything to take up space in my bank, so I figured skeleton fish give me some prayer points. There we go. Octopus level 4. And I'm actually going to try to get the bear thing unlocked. I need a bunch of gentle hands potions. I'm just going to camp that and see if I can get it. Damn, this is like a 1 in 1,883 to discover this mark. It's getting kind of nasty. I think if I could do this over again, I would make many of the same choices, but I would probably unlock summoning really early. It's a tough argument to unlock it too early because it's so expensive to train and it's so dependent on GP. But I'd probably unlock it not long after thieving, to be honest. If only just to the convenience of getting the marks earlier. Hey, there we go. Mark of the bear. Make sure we go make it right away here. We don't know what it requires. It just consumes herbs, I think. You have to decide what herb you want to use. I guess I have to make this decision. I can probably figure out what herb is the least useful to me. I'm just going to do Baron Toe right now, though, because I got tons of those. Do exactly enough. Actually, I probably want to make some of these and just have them equipped. Because it seems generally useful. I wish that I long for a quality of life feature that just says whenever you go to do a summoning recipe, buy shards as needed, basically. I think summoning is one of those skills where you want to pump the mark to 50 if you can before you really start making anything with it. I can't get quite to 50. Are you serious? Jesus Christ. Let me make some leprechauns to get some mastery pool real quick. Hold on. A lot of the different skills, the 50 mastery reward is like really easy to get with pool and is just very useful long term. The sooner you get it, right? Like getting thieving interval is a big deal. Getting no burn chance and cooking is a big deal. Getting the shard savings is a big deal over here. So let's actually make several bear. I want to actually equip them and use them so that I can find more of them. Even though Melvor is much easier to play than RuneScape, I still Forgetscape sometimes. I was just sitting here without the summoning, the Necromancer hat equipped. I'm hoping to get the Necromancer body. I can get it now. I just need 250k Slayer tokens and
best way to do that is township, and I just happen to have not gotten a township task since I started picking them up again. Okay, working on this now. Have 1,100 bear familiars equipped. That should be plenty, I guess. What am I doing? What? I wanted to unlock the bear familiar because it was interesting. Why am I doing that though? I guess because I want to get 10 more generous cook potion ones so I can get these 3 things out of my bank for the stupid township task that requires it. Where is it? This one? Yeah, the only way I can get it is with herblore potions to randomly give me a lower tier one, or by opening herb boxes, but I actually have to save my potions now, so I can't really do that. Township 115, that's what I was waiting for. If you were wondering why I didn't turn in this task, because I wanted to get a little bit more money for it. Where is it? Casual tasks. There we go. Okay. And here we go. This is my final estate. Let's go. All right. Well, I guess when this number updates, sometimes it takes a second for it to update. That will be the final number, I guess. I can divide it by 3 to get how much it is per town hall for a maxed player. I guess this is in fall, so it'll be less in winter, more in spring, more in summer. Because spring, the extra happiness gives you more, and summer, the extra GP production gives you more. It might be tempting to switch gods eventually. Era seems really, really good, but once your whole town's built, who cares about building costs anymore, right? They don't do anything for you. This herblore potion thing is so slow. I can't believe they actually formally recommend it in the in-game UI. I just went and bought... There we go. Okay, I got it. I bought some potion boxes, even though I can't afford them because I don't want to do this anymore. And I got the thing I needed. So let's turn in the stupid task. And I don't think I care about level 1 potions ever again after that. In fact, now they have the opposite problem where they always demand level 4 potions and like characterize them as though that it's easy to do, even though it totally is not. No, I'm out of magic tree seeds again, so I gotta camp this guy for a bit. Like to get at least a couple harvests worth so I can really just focus on thieving. I want to get thieving to 99. I'm actually pretty close to 99 thieving. I might actually need to babysit 99 thieving tonight. Make sure I can equip the cape and let it AFK with the cape on. But more excited about 100 thieving because then I get the first 100 thieving NPC, which will get me 2 new outfit pieces, which I think I already talked about, are amazing. So hopefully I get these magic tree seeds soon so I can get out of here and get back on thieving. I looted it before I hit record, but I just got 8 seeds, so that'll cover me for my next harvest. I really need to get back to thieving, like, urgently. Let me do that, please. Thank you. Yes. Wish you could use the quick equip menu to equip both of your guys here, but you can't. When I say guys, I mean familiars. It only equips to 1 slot in the quick equip. Okay, hopefully we'll get thieving 99 relatively soon. Hey, thieving 99. I'm gonna go get this thieving skill cape right away. It is stupid busted. It might be the strongest skill cape in the game. Maybe there's another one I haven't read about yet that beats it out. But I was joking in Discord that it's like the thiever's cape and the thieving cape are like coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. Look at this. Minus 0.5 second thieving interval, plus 100% GP gain from thieving, and plus 150 stealth while thieving. Just completely absurd. I just went from up to 92% success chance already on the night. Would be even better if I had the Gentle Hands Potion 4. And this guy's giving like way more money now. I think I just get rid of the Thiever's Cape, but this just like strictly replaces it. This isn't really a downside so much as a first world problem, but my success chance is so high and the interval is so low that I'm going to burn through these tablets really fast now. So it is, I guess. There's not really anything I can do about that. Yes. You decide, do I want to go to bed on the night? Because there's an argument for going to bed on the princess now. Because of the pickpocket chance is much higher on her now. The interval's faster, and I can wake up with a bunch of stupid jewelry.
and I want to make just so many tablets that I don't have to think about it. Probably would take a really, really, really long time, but I don't know. I also want to get a lot of money as soon as possible, so I'm torn. This game is bullying me. These are the two most recent casual tasks it's given me. Squeeze out another 100M. I'm going to go ahead and get another town hall. That gets us half the way there. Bucket cabbage 99. Just 6 of these to go. All right, that magic tree was the thing I set up to stay up for, and also that town hall. I need to go to bed. So I'm going to sell these logs. That should get me enough money to go skip a task here. Skip. I want to skip this one too, but I don't have the money. That'll at least let a couple more generate overnight. Okay, bye. Okay, how's this overnight progress go here? Got thieving 100. I'm getting way more XP. It's not unsurprising because my interval is so much faster now. Summoning 82. Did use up all of my leprechauns. Okay. 223 million GP. Okay. Well, I need to get more leprechauns, obviously, but decide how exactly I want to go about doing that. While I do my other maintenance, let me go ahead and start pickpocketing this explorer. All the junk I don't need first. We'll save a couple of these items for making other familiars here. All right, so Explorer has 2 drops we want. There's the Thieving Shorts, which are 1 in 15,000, which I'm probably not going to see for a while. And there's the Grappling Hook, which is the NPC unique, which I'm probably not going to see for a while. But I actively do not want to be pickpocketing this guy with the item deletion. Or maybe I do. What else does he drop? Hold on. Yeah, I guess I could eat these daggers. The benefit of him dropping a bunch of daggers is you can use them for training summoning, but he also drops gold bars, like up to 15 gold bars, which would be good for being able to make more monkey tablets. And I need these pumpkin seeds because that'll be my first time actually planting anything above 99 farming. And I've got some already. That's nice. All right, I got a golden chest. This thing has... I'm going to wait to open these until I'm done pickpocketing him. Could spend this 200 mil GP on buying another skill, but I think the next skill I'm going to take is I'm going to buy the expansion and then do cartography and archaeology. I'd rather max out my town halls first. I'm going to do that instead. So let's do skill cape. There we go. Repair everything. Now we just need 2 more of these guys. All right, let's switch to pumpkin seeds here. I think I can do this safely. Harvest all. Yeah. Plant pumpkins. There we go. Take a bit longer, but that's okay. Really appreciate that they did this. So I got a dagger that's theoretically an upgrade to my Infernal Claw. That's like trivial to get from thieving. And they basically make it that you have to beat the base game before you're allowed to equip it. So I'm not about to go grind out 105 attack to use this because I'm nowhere near being able to actually do the event that it's talking about. That's something that old school RuneScape is very careful about, and it seems Melvor is also relatively careful about. RuneScape 3 doesn't care about that. They'll just be like, yeah, whatever, here's an Augite dagger that totally devalues all work done in every other piece of content you've ever done before its release. Taking a look through the golden chest contents here to see if there's anything I want. So the Iridium Runestone ring is kind of interesting. It's plus 8% of max hit added to min hit which if I don't need the sandstone ring is probably my first good combat ring. I'll probably hold on to that one. The onyx ring I think is something I might want in the distant future if I ever get an Ultima God Sword. It gives you a pretty big bonus for slow weapons is the idea, to both attack and damage. Hard to really math out whether that's worth it, but it would have to be a really slow weapon, I think, for this to be worth using. Let me look at the other two things here. Oh yeah, is it the Palladium? Yeah, the Palladium Onyx Necklace. +1 Slayer coins per enemy combat level from melee Slayer tasks. I definitely want that. That's going to be really, really helpful because I still need to do a lot of Slayer coin farming. And then the last one, the Iridium Z-Fight Necklace, is +4% damage reduction versus a dungeon boss. I probably need to hold on to one of those. There might be a single dungeon where I can only get the DR threshold required if I have 4% DR specifically against the boss. If I get it now, I'll probably sell it because I'm sure I can get more of them just fine in the future. But it is probably a niche use case in the future at some point. I made a few more Leprechaun tablets. I don't really need this guy's regular drops terribly much now. The gold bars would be nice, but I'm okay to let them get eaten by the summoning synergy just to get a little bit more money here. The main reason I'm here is for his pants and for the grappling hook, so hopefully I get lucky on those. It could be like a whole day of pickpocketing before I see them because they're pretty rare. This Explorer's map seems pretty important. I probably need to save it basically indefinitely because it gives you 20% flat Slayer area effect negation, and I think there's a later Slayer area that's like the only way to be able to do anything there is to completely negate the Slayer area effect. So you want to do that with as many resources as you can. So I'm just going to save as many of these maps as I can possibly get. Oh man, finally got something good. I got the Crown of Relics together. All right. So the whole benefit of this is 10% chance to preserve resources and non-combat skills. Okay. Then I get charges from now on just from having this. I don't think I need to have it equipped specifically. But really cool. That's going to be great for Herblore. I'm glad that I got that before really starting my Herblore training in earnest. Why am I fishing? I'm doing a doing a thing. I'm doing a township task. I need 100 sardines. You know, their township task to do Malks with a ice dagger. Township 116. Harvesting pumpkins for the first time here. I might end up using these to heal instead of watermelons because they are quite a bit better. Wow. But I need to get a lot of them first, so it'll take me a while to accrue enough. Oh, hey, I popped over to the Master Farmer because it's time for me to harvest my magic tree seeds, and I forgot to re-up them. But I got the Mark of the Unicorn. That's pretty cool. I'm just going to be running a single prayer from now on. Actually, I should probably switch it to this one. The accuracy doesn't really help me. There's a way to get more of those marks. I guess I have to go craft that mark really quick. Let me do that first. Damn, this thing's expensive as hell. Okay, well, I'm just going to make one. Just really crafting one of these so I can gather more of them. And then probably not ever doing unicorn again because it's all regeneration, which is not very good in this game. Sell. Get out of here. No one wants you here. Well, I've been here a long time. I finally got a drop of 4 magic tree seeds, which is just barely enough because I got an extra drop of 2 last time. So it'll let me kick the can down the road, which is why I'm here. So let me go ahead and use those. I also need to spend my mastery smartly here. I think I can go ahead and get tomatoes to 99 completely safely. We do harvest, 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 and now we're already back up above 95%. That's farming 117. All right, perfect timing for stream here. I got to bounce off. I just hit 100 million GP so I can get my penultimate town hall. Got to equip the fucking township cave. It's okay. At this point, the resources don't matter that much. How much did I lose out on? Like 15,000, whatever. It's fine. I'm going to leave it AFK on the Explorer. I think that, well, I know that
this synergy is like substantially worse against him than it is on the knight, both because I have a worse pickpocket chance, but also his drops are worth less GP. It's tempting to just unequip the monkey and only do it with the leprechaun because I'm only really pickpocketing him to get his uniques, right? I want to get his thieving shorts and the grappling hook, and I don't really care about anything else from him. I think I'm just going to keep this synergy on, honestly. I really, really need the money, and I'm not going to come back to 100 million GP, but I'll come back to enough. So let's let it go. Had a bit of a long gap. Couldn't come back to the game right after stream, so it's been about 7 hours. We'll see if I got lucky on this drop here. I got a sneakers. That's painful. I think that's the same drop rate. Yeah, that's really painful. Well, too bad. 101 thieving, 84 summoning. On the plus side, I do have enough money for the last town hall, so that's done. Got to equip this again in my excitement, but it's fine. Got a task here. Gonna make sure I got 47 minutes to do this. Okay, Turkle General with a rune shield equipped should be no problem. Let me do that first. All right, that's task complete. Let me get out of here. Turn that in. Much needed Slayer coins. I guess every one of these tasks is now worth 3.2 million, which is quite good. I'm probably gonna get this one out of the way. 200 raw sardines. Next thing I'm spending money on, I'm gonna be dumping on trading posts until I have all of them. Have the cape equipped here, so let's see how many trading posts I can get right off the bat. Not quite 50, I think, if my math is right. Yeah, I'll have to save up some more money. Sardine task was enough to get to 117 township. Okay. And the money was enough to build my first set of 50 trading posts. So I have to build another 99 and then two sets of large repositories. I'm going to do the trading posts first. I need to go do Master Farmers really quick to get some more magic seeds. And I'm doing these Slayer tasks. So I went ahead and opened all of my golden chests from pickpocketing. And I got this Palladium Onyx necklace that gives you an extra Slayer coin per enemy combat level, which is a pretty substantial increase in the amount of coins you get. Without that equipped, I get like 27 coins. Now I get like 77 coins, so pretty cool, especially good for easy tasks. I guess in that case, if I can get that many Slayer coins, I should go ahead and upgrade the helmet. I've been putting off buying that upgrade, so I can do that now. It's the upgrade kit. Upgrade item. Yes. Okay, cool. All right, am I dry on this thing? I got a grappling hook and the thieving shorts. That's fantastic. I got both of them. Very exciting. Thieving 102, I can do the necromancer now. Very cool. So with the grappling hook and the thieving shorts combined, I'm at 100% pickpocket chance on the knight, which I think is pretty huge for my total XP rate over there. Switching back to the knight then. I can even wear the chapeau against him, which is great. He's just much better GP. This is 99 cherries, which mean all allotments are mastered. I just have these last 4 trees. Might have enough money to max township finally. Let's see. Oh, I gotta go buy all of these trading posts. Or I have the thieving cape equipped, yeah. Should cost about 25 million. And then all I have left are the repositories. Okay, and then one more. It would be great to not have to look at this ever again. Oh, I need runes. Okay. Well, I'll be waiting a little bit for that. Shouldn't have sold some of the ones I sold. I got a backlog of things that I want to buy with money here. I think I'm going to go ahead and pick up both of these 2 upgrades, the herblore interval reduction and the crafting interval reduction. I'm broke again, but it's fine. Soon
I'm going to want to do the fire dungeon, just a scuffed kill so I can unlock this. But I want to have more Slayer coins in the bank before I bother with it. Now that I finally have that herb lore interval reduction and the bear familiar and all that other stuff, I'm going to try to AFK the gentle hands potion. I really want to get it to tier 90 so I can get the tier 4 potions. I think that would be a pretty huge upgrade. It'll also help me with doubling in my current thieving project. I'll get more money from the knight with a tier 4 potion over a tier 3 potion. So I'm just going to leave this up. I'll be back in a bit. All right, how did running this for like an hour and some change, almost 2 hours go? I think I'm completely out of bear tablets. Yeah. Okay. Mark of the Bear level 2, Herblore 79, Township 118. I ran out of strawberry seeds. Holy shit. I didn't realize. God damn, I'm gonna need so many of those. All right, well, I gotta be doing something, so. Back to pickpocketing for a bit. Just got a Mark of the Cyclops level 2. Here getting more strawberry seeds and also magic seeds. This is really, really good for Slayer coins, so I'm probably just going to keep it on and maybe inattentively do this for a few hours. See if I can get a good stock of strawberry seeds and maybe get enough Slayer coins to pick up the Fire God dungeon permanent looting necklace unlock. And it's attack 96. Levels are slow now. Usually don't comment on drops from this guy, but I got the mythical 6, which is the most. That's great. That is like almost free harvest. Okay, well, another advantage of crafting is I get really easy township tasks. 1 pair of leather gloves? It feels like that's a mistake, right? Okay. Easy. All right, I'm going to attempt a scuffed run on the Fire God dungeon. I will be running, let's see, lethal toxins and the Darksteel dagger because the bleed should be pretty helpful. I'm just going to record and not edit. So if you don't want to watch this whole thing, tab ahead to when you see me on the boss, I guess. Probably easier. I don't want to risk running over to hit start recording and then dying as a result. 9% chance to hit. I think the fire guards and the fire monsters are completely safe, so I don't need to worry too much about them. But I'll keep protect item on just in case. The big scary thing is that Ragnar, the final boss, can hit me for 9,980, something like that. So I need to like really hold down the eat button during that entire attack, and you can do it like 3 times in a row. So I have to make sure I'm holding it down the whole attack. Should be possible, I think, but I guess we're about to find out. Might end up needing higher healing food, but we'll see. Hoping I can just hold it down during the whole attack and be okay. I guess a concern I didn't consider is burn might be a problem.
New monster. Fire monster, I think, is also completely safe. Burning Claws is double hit for 2080 damage. Next monster is magic, so I might do protect from magic just so that it's easier to DPS it. Just need one clear after all. But it might not be possible. I might need a little bit more damage reduction or more health so that burn isn't causing me problems when I'm going up against Cataclysm. I think every other attack is pretty standard. Okay, now it's gonna be time to switch to Protect Magic for the next enemy. I'll just do that preemptively here. Scorching Ray. Max hit on his regular attack is 4381, so that's the thing that can actually kill me here. I make sure we stay above that. Attacks like Scorching Ray are always pretty easy. You'll always auto eat through them. Oh my god. Hit points level scared the shit out of me. Four of these guys, which is a little take a little while. All right, one down. Next guy after this is also magic, and then melee, and then the final boss is magic. Right, next enemy is Magic, Pyra. There's a Meteor Strike. Avoidable. Yeah, it's very similar to the Seismic Slam attack from Terran. Actually, this enemy has nothing but avoidable attacks, which is great. Love to see that. Deadly Cut really pays off on guys like this. Gals like this, I should say. Compared to the damage I can do with Sandstorm and Poison and regular swings. Okay, now we got a melee enemy who can hit for Meteor Shout. So same deal, but melee instead of magic. Okay. I'll have to quickly switch back to protect from magic. Dismiss this. My hit points level up might actually be kind of clutch to my ability to succeed here, because it might give me a little bit of room to heal through burn when Cataclysm goes off. Pretty funny. Protect Mage, here we go. Watch out for Cataclysm. There's Cataclysm, just holding it down. Might see about just holding the button down the entire fight, actually. It's going to be slow, but get it eventually. As I confirmed, I can get away with that. 32% chance to hit, but a single deadly cut is a pretty big deal. Yeah, Cataclysm, I just have to be holding it down for the entire thing, it seems like. You let Sandstorm go a bit there just so I can get... There's a bleed. Okay. Cataclysm. Scorching Ray I should just attack through next time. I wanted to be topped off, though, for Cataclysm. I don't plan to farm this guy. I literally just need the one kill to be able to get the Looting Amulet upgrade, so... No reason to be a hero here or try to optimize DPS. As long as I can get the damage in, that's really all that matters, it seems like. had Burn and Cataclysm at the same time, but it wore off before his attack started, so I'll keep that in mind. I kind of regretted grinding for the Darksteel Dagger, even though I got mildly spooned on it. I don't now, because it's really making this guy a lot easier. I have to hit him substantially less than I would have to otherwise. Probably would have taken 10 times longer with the claws and no poison. Big Cataclysm here. Nice. All right, I'm going to let it keep running to get... I need one more Fire Shard. Really excited to have gotten that kill. I wasn't sure that was going to be possible. I was worried that Cataclysm would just hit too hard, but maybe that hit points level I got mid-run saved my bacon. Oh, yeah. I never actually read this the first time. I said I was going to summarize it, and I got distracted. The other lore document that I got. So maybe I'll do a story review at the end. For now, I'm just going to move on. I want to see what's in this thing. Destroy this guy. Since this goes in that tab. Plate body would be amazing, but it's like a 1% chance, so it's probably not happening. Okay, boots are the most common. These are less good damage reduction, but better melee stats. So you'd use them for training in some specific situations where you're not using the sand treaders, I guess. And this guy... Oh, they'll take 1191 silver bars. Okay. Don't threaten me with a good time. All right, so I need to save up 75 million gold and 250,000 Slayer coins, and I have to get another Amulet of Looting, and I guess I'll just go do that really quick. That shouldn't take too long. Go ahead and try out these new boots, I suppose. Want this guy and this guy. Actually, screw the new boots. Let's do this. Get my Amulet of Looting is probably going to be the most annoying thing to begin with, and then I can get the Slayer coins. Shouldn't take too long. All right, well, I got a double drop on Amulets of Looting, but I'm done here. I've got my 5, and now I need to get Slayer coins is probably the harder thing. I guess I'll finish out this dungeon run. 90 defense. Almost have these Slayer coins. 6k to go. Hey, finally have enough resources for this. Let's go ahead and pick it up, and I'm going to get rid of my looting necklace because I don't need it anymore. Really, really, really convenient. From now on, everything's just going to stack in the loot area. So I don't need to use a looting necklace, and I can AFK much more easily. I guess I have enough money left over from my last thieving grind to also pick up this guy, which requires a Fire God dungeon clear. Faster cooking interval, which is great because cooking is slow as hell. Well, while I'm spending a ton of money, let's also go ahead and get dungeon equipment swapping. So that will make... Frequently, I'll roll into a dungeon and realize I forgot an item and have to start over after the first couple kills, and I'll be happy to not have to do that ever again. All right, this is my first time doing combat in a while. I just wanted to check out this new thing I got. Let's see here. Rare points. That is a lot of loot. And a decent number of magic tree seeds, so that's nice to see as well. Okay. Pretty happy with that. Mark of the Minotaur level 3, Mark of the Unicorn level 2, Strength 100. And this is beautiful. I love this. 33 in 5 hours seems not great, but I need 33 Magic Tree Seeds, so I'll take it. Now I can finally actually buy the last building, the large repository. Large repository has been built. This is beautiful. I love seeing all of this green. I no longer care about anything in Township. Just dump all my resources all the time into the trader, which is pretty cool. Okay, this will give me 82,000 Slayer points. I'll go ahead and do that. 10 sweaty monsters with a steel shield equip. Let's see, should be able to get 99 on the oak tree. We could do some harvesting here. Get back up to 100%. And I can start working on the yew tree, which is close. Another level here. I'm gonna be careful to not dip too low. Harvest all. Probably not worth risking it here. Just harvest all again. It's gonna take me 100%, but what are you gonna do? Okay. And I still have a harvest available. Let me do one of the lower level ones. I know that can take me back over 95%. Okay. All right, so now that the GP urgency has calmed, I can do something else overnight other than thieving or combat. So I kind of want to get my herblore level up. I've been wanting to do herblore for a while, but there were a lot of like confounding things that I wanted to get before I started, like the interval reduction, and a bunch of other upgrades that I now have. So I think what I'm going to do, I gotta do the Ring of Mastery. I've never even rolled a Signet half A ever. These are 13 Signet half Bs, and I have left the Topaz ring on overnight multiple times with thieving. I need mastery. That's why I'm going to be doing this overnight. What I'm going to overnight is this Generous Harvest Potion. I need the Generous Harvest Potion 4 anyway, but the reason I'm choosing this over another potion is it will actually be able to run all night with my preservation chance, I think, provided that all of my charges of relics don't run out overnight. But this will get me to a potion I need anyway. It's also worth a lot of XP, so hopefully I can get up into the 80s. And there's a couple more potions coming up, like the Diamond Luck Potion and the Damage Reduction Potion that are really good that I want. So I'll let you know how that goes in a couple seconds from your perspective. All right, let's see how 6 hours of herblore went here. Herblore 85, summoning 87, township 119. 21 marks the bear is really good. Got some more mysterious stones. Used up all my charge stones. Diamond Luck Potion is big. Start making some of those. Still making them here, so that's cool. Oh my god, 89. Well, I'm about to hit 90, but still, it's crazy to me how slow the mastery gain is in herblore. Yeah, it's like all that, and I didn't even hit the 25% mastery checkpoint. It's crazy. Ended up getting Mark of the Bear to level 4. I still don't have 99 Gentle Hands. Man, it's really brutal. I'm just going to go back to a Master Farmer to try to get enough strawberry seeds. It's taken forever. All right, I'm about to get 99 yew tree. Okay. And probably be getting close to 99, but not quite 99 on the willow tree. I think we get a couple more of these. Hey, farming 118, starfruit and wormtail herb. I love to plant those. Ways to go. One more level up here. There we go. Yeah, just have 2 more things, and then I won't have to worry about mastery pool ever again, which is great because I hate having to micromanage it. Hey, I let this AFK for a second. I'm finally Gentle Hands Potion 4, so I'm going to upgrade all of my banked level 3 potions and switch to those. Oh god, that took forever.
Also got to the 25% mastery checkpoint. That's great. Hey, would you look at that? It's my first 120 skill, 120 township. We do want the superior township skill cape. It's just a bigger discount. Since it's winter right now, I am not bothering with repairing anything because it's so fucking expensive. I'm going to try to just hold all the way out until spring and then repair it all at once. 10 million GP. It's probably worth it, though. Go ahead and buy that. Get rid of the old one because I think it just strictly replaces it. It's kind of cool. That theoretically should automatically show up over, and no, I guess it doesn't. It's weird. So please show up in the township tab. Thank you. I'm kind of sick of micromanaging all of my like bank space with summoning shards. I have enough money now that I think I could just buy bank slots for each summoning shard type and then just buy so many of them that I always have enough to train whatever I want. Because it really sucks to pause and calculate it every time. I think total colors I care about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for black, 6 for yellow. I can get 6 bank slots really quick. 6. It costs 30 million. Then I'll just lock in those slots and store them somewhere. Love the recording a little bit, but I was trying to get Necromancer Potion up to level 4 since I'm using that for summoning. Came a little bit short. I'm at 80, well, a lot of bit short here because I'm out of Oxalime herbs. I might start planting those again. But right now I'm just trying to get more potions that I actually use to level 4. So working on the melee accuracy potion. I can go ahead, I think, here and get 99 Willow Tree, which just leaves me with the Maple Tree. See how far I can take the Maple Tree. Probably can't quite get the rest of the way there. Might plant Oxalimes here. I'm going to be just short of being able to afford to get everything to 99 here. Well, maybe I can just barely do it. If we do 1 level here, then we go ahead and get 99. Farming, 100% mastery. Beautiful. It's cool to give you a pop-up for that. Harvest. Harvest? Oh, that sucks. I'm slightly short now. Pretty funny. Oh well. I guess it doesn't matter quite as much anymore now. I don't have to worry about mastery anymore, so that's exciting. Mark of the Pig, level 3. I'm making these because I have a township task. This is my first ever summoning township task. 2,500 wolves. I need cooked food for that. All right, I ended up AFKing the princess for like 6 hours here to get a whole bunch of jewelry for making monkey tokens. And I did do that. I still haven't gotten a signet half A. I've never even rolled one. Painful. I can pickpocket the pilgrim now. I don't think I care about anything the pilgrim drops, but maybe I'll think about it. Right, pickpocketing the princess overnight. Still don't have... I really want that signet ring. Oh, wait, no, I got it. Hey, I still need one more, but I finally got a signet ring half. That's fantastic. Adventurer. You want to pickpocket the adventurer a little bit because it gives a backpack that doubles combat loot. Okay, this is great. I'm trying to get this for a really long time. I'll probably try to get the other half, and then I never have to worry about it again. Yeah, this is DP granted from all sources, including thieving, double items from slain monsters, double resources from any skill. Cool. All right, it took a minute, but I got my Necromancer potion to level 4. Reason for doing that is I just want to get as many tablets as I possibly can while I'm making summoning tablets. Let me go ahead and upgrade all my tier 3 pots over. These guys. And get all the old ones out of my bank now.
Actually, really good timing. I got a Slayer tokens task here, which will get me enough to buy another piece of the Necromancer set, which will get me even more tablets. Technically, I qualify. I'm about to qualify for all of the pieces. I just would need like another million, over a million Slayer coins, which is not very easy to come by, but I can at least get the boots. All right, going ahead and buying these Necromancer boots. And then I'm going to go ahead and sit in summoning for a while because I have all of this jewelry. I'm just going to turn all of this jewelry into monkey tablets, so I don't have to think about monkey tablets for a long time. All right, I was making bear tokens for 5 hours. Hey, summoning level 90. I can now make dragon, or I can discover dragon and devil. Devil requires fire making, which I don't have, obviously, but I think dragon is from hit points, so maybe I'll do some combat later. Trying to get as many bear tablets as I can so I never have to think about it again. That would be ideal. I have a township task to turn in emerald rings, and I have no emeralds, so I'm going to have to open the 307 chests of gems. Okay, I've got a lifetime supply of gems, basically, is what that says. I got the Mark of the Bear to tier 5, so that's cool. And now I'm making level 4 accuracy potions. Fantastic. I'm going to see what other potions I want to be focusing on. I think, honestly, I just want to get the other signet ring half, so I might just let it thieve overnight, because that's a pretty free thing for me to do. I think I'm going to let it overnight on the adventurer here. 76% chance to succeed, but she occasionally drops the item. It's like a backpack that gives me more chance to double loot in combat, which would be great for farming like the master farmer. So we'll see how that goes. Farming 119, just one level to go. Right, AFK the Explorer all night and did get one adventurer's backpack, which is great. That's what I came there for. Thieving 106, pretty good. Want this for like master farmers is basically the one use case I can apply it to. All right, I waited until spring to not to touch any of my buildings here because it's been way too expensive to repair. I just dropped from like 77 million to 26 million to repair, so that's quite a bit more absorbable. I think I can make it even better if I focus on repairing my chapels manually first. Statues of Eris. And now it's only 9.4 million. I'm glad I clicked those. Nice. All right, I have enough money now to unlock a new skill. I've been wanting to do cartography and archaeology for a while, so I think that's what I'm going to do, but it's going to require me to buy the Age of Discovery expansion. I think that's what it's called. I'm going to finish making these silver diamond ring monkey tablets, and then I'll go do cartography. We'll try it out. Okay, I think I picked up the DLC here. Age of Discovery, Atlas of Discovery. Atlas of Discovery. Okay. Now I should have new options. Here we go. Cartography and archaeology. Let's pay 200 million for cartography. Next unlock is 500 million, which I think is what we cap out at. So it's still going to be a while until I can get any of those. Whoa. Okay. This is kind of cool looking. Create a dig site map. Can zoom out here. Dig site maps are required to excavate dig sites with archaeology. Create. Need logs. Well, that might be a problem. I have like a survey button. Travel, zoom, max level. I guess I have to go to like a auto survey. Need to figure out what auto survey is. Maybe it's like you automatically go to certain hexes. Let me read the wiki article for this skill. Photography. Flora map. Survey. Difference between auto survey and survey. Queue one or more tiles for surveying. There's a limit to the number of tiles you can queue. You can only queue up to the 6 tiles surrounding your starting hex.
Some tiles can't be surveyed until certain conditions are met. I guess auto survey is just to let it keep running, so you're not like manually choosing which ones you want to do. Skill XP per survey action. I guess I can just set this to regular survey, right? I don't know that it's slower. 5 seconds. They're both 5 seconds, so. Okay, that's interesting. So you survey a hex, you have to spend money to travel there, so I'm glad I took this late-ish. Then I have to survey again. I think there's a way for me to survey it above. Okay, requires level 35. Discovered point of interest. The question marks are points of interest. Okay. Starting to make sense. And I have to like get through the interstitial hexes to see what they are. Photography level 2. I don't know that level ups actually do anything here. I guess they allow you to survey more hexes that otherwise aren't accessible. Okay. You just get a new thing that I can build in agility that requires level 15 cartography and paper. I think I can make paper from logs, so I don't have easy access to logs, but I think I can do it out of magic logs, which I would be happy to start spending on cartography instead of spending on, it gives me money right now, but the money is falling out compared to other things I can do efficiently for cash. Undiscovered point of interest surveyed. Go there now. Goblin Village. You gain 1,000 bronze bars. Oh, that's kind of cool. There's like some flavor text. Okay. That's kind of neat. Fire's level 10. A lot of these hexes are automatic. Farmer's market, 500 potatoes. Okay, that's not so helpful. Wonder if I get new township tasks from this. I do. Paper. There's new enemies to fight. That's kind of cool. Peter crates. Points of interest. That gives 8,000 paper. That's cool. All right, keep an eye on it. To get my first green exclamation point hex, whatever that means. Unsurveyed dig site. Okay, that's the thing that I need. You now create dig site maps for the old village dig site. Ready with the free dig site maps, you can begin excavation straight away. Okay, well, that's cool then, but I don't have archaeology yet. I'll try to save up my money to afford it soon. Points of interest are pretty exciting, even if it's nothing particularly amazing. Oh, minus 2% cartography survey interval for the next 10 travels. Interesting. So we want to survey as much as possible then before traveling, right? So anywhere I travel to, I want to maximize my surveys because it'll bring the interval down. Got it. I was going to say, I wish I could see the interval somewhere, but it looks like it fills up the spyglass where you can see it. Okay. All right, so I need some place scaffolding here. I guess if I can get to the Jagged Labyrinth, I can spend 3 million gold to get a interval bonus. So I want that as soon as possible. So I looked up where is the Jagged Labyrinth. It's like 5-7 on coordinates, so I got to go pretty far north. I'm going to start going in that direction after I finish surveying everything here, I guess is my point. But I've encountered my first hex here that requires multiple level ups to be able to explore. Going up to like 5. Okay, well, we'll do this. Oh, that's interesting. There's a bunch of new plots I can unlock in farming. I guess maybe this comes from archaeology. I also neglected, I completely forgot, I got a new plot for herbs and for allotments that I can definitely afford. So I'm just going to go ahead and buy those there. My current intervals doesn't take me like an hour just to survey this one location. So I'm going to try to get to that shop unlock as soon as possible here. So I'm going to go ahead and travel. I'm just going to try to beeline for it, I think, is the way to go. Level 10 cartography. I guess I'll announce levels that unlock new hexes. There should be hexes I can do now that I didn't have access to before. We're just going to keep going in that direction. I'm not sure about this. I think if a point of interest says that it goes up to level 5, then I can move on to it even with a single survey, but I guess we'll see. May as well test it now. I feel like I may as well still take advantage of the fact that I have, use my words here, that I have a faster interval for a certain number of travels. So I'm going to hit these other points of interest in the area before I keep going up. Yeah, I was going to say, do you always get 2 XP for survey? No, it goes up maybe on the higher level nodes. 26 is quite a bit better. I'm getting levels much faster now. I think I kind of get the gist of this skill. It's basically, I described in my video essay, RuneScape is basically a really complicated traveling salesman problem. So this is like, we put a traveling salesman problem in your traveling salesman problem, where it's like, the interesting thing is like, how do I route to the hexes that I want? I feel like they should probably tell you in game what the hexes do, so you don't have to use the wiki to figure that out, because that is pretty important to informing the order in which you plan to do stuff. But it is a cool little mini routing problem in a game that's a giant super routing problem. Okay, so if you survey a point of interest, you actually have to travel there in order to get the benefit of it. And I'm trying to conserve my travels here for this bonus. So I'm just going to keep working my way up to 7.5. I see. So one of the downsides of going further out, yes, you're getting more XP per action, but now you have to survey at least 2 levels. Okay. We start to require pretty high levels up here, but not necessarily, like, it looks like there might be a path to get to the tile that I'm going to, so. Cartography 20, I guess that's a requirement for a handful of hexes. So I'm on a bit of a routing candy loop here. I want to buy something from the shop. It's the ship hull upgrade, but I need 500 oak logs, and there's a place for me to get those on the map. I'm going to try to do that. So we travel here. And I think it's specifically, where is it? 1817? That's 1617. 1817 is there, so we survey there first. And cartography 35 is another big unlock and gets me to some hexes I wouldn't have access to otherwise. There's also a hex off in the distance here that gives me even more of a thieving interval reduction, which, you know, don't tease me with a good time. That's something that cartography can be immediately useful for, because I'm probably going to need to AFK thieving to get enough money to unlock archaeology anyway. So we're deep into Candy Loop, but I think that's going to be my next objective. I guess I'm going to try to get as much cartography interval reduction as I can from clearing hexes. And I'm going to try to make it out to that bandit camp hex so we can stand on it and do a bunch of pickpocketing overnight. All right, just harvested magic logs. We're going to turn them all into paper, or turn some of them into paper. It's a pretty long time to make these. All right, that's enough paper to build the agility shortcut, which gives me a survey interval boost. That real quick. I'm going to replace the balance beam with this guy. Okay. I think that's the main thing for now. Let's get my interval down as much as we can. So these tier 5, when you have to do 5 steps, it's very expensive. Don't want to do that right now. I think we just want to go here, right? Okay, that's what I actually wanted. Travel now. 1,000 normal logs, 1,000 oak logs. Okay. I guess I can pick all of these up just to clear them from the map. Right, we're still going over this way to try to get the bandit camp. Now I can get this ship hull upgrade, which helps with interval, and then the next one requires mahogany logs and steel bars, which I can get from a different, there's some other tile I can get to, or some other hex I can get to, but I'm going to try to make it all the way over to the bandit camp first if I can. Got a barrier gem from one of those things, which I think is required to fight some enemies that exist. I don't know if this like gets consumed or if I just need to have one of them. But I guess there are certain new enemies that they added. Oh, it's kind of cool. To be able to fight these, you have to like actually locate them on the map. I enjoy that. A neat way to keep you from just like going straight in to fight these guys. I don't think their drops are particularly relevant. Oh, the summoning amulet might be. Need to review what that does. Yeah, I guess I have access to this because I unlocked this cave, and this cave gave me the barrier gem that's necessary for me to be able to damage them. All right, well, maybe we'll mess with that later, but right now it's full force, full steam ahead.
Well, I made it out to the bandit camp, but I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to have the hour it's going to require to survey it completely. So I'm probably going to find something else to AFK, probably Herblore or summoning. So I always need more summoning tablets, so we'll do summoning. Well, level 50 cartography, it's another important checkpoint for being able to access more of the hexes here. I missed the AFK screen, but I got 275,000 bearer tablets, so that should last me a relatively long time, I hope. I'm going to let this run for about an hour to get the thieving interval boost. Then we'll go do thieving overnight, I suppose. All right, just about done with this hex grind here. Probably just leave this alone with cartography for a bit. Travel now. Bandit hideout. All right, so range strength, don't care. Plus 25 stealth while thieving, love to see it. Minus 0.1 second thieving interval, love to see it. Okay, so I really just want to maximize my benefits for thieving here. So I think what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to do most of my astrology training while I'm out of town on mobile, but I do want to try to max out this thieving interval buff. So I think I'm just going to leave this up overnight, see what I get. How long is the interval right now? I don't think it displays it anywhere. No, I'm just blind. It's right there. 3 seconds. Okay. I have to calculate whether I want to try to run the gold topaz ring. I don't think I do. I think I value a chance to get double stardust. I think that works. Doing a township task real quick. I kind of want to check out this drop from the blind ghost, the lesser summoning amulet. It affects your attack interval pretty regularly, which seems great. So after this Kraken kill, I'm going to quickly give that a shot. You can see how barrier works here. So he has 450 barrier. I have to deplete the barrier before I can kill him. And this gem is what allows me to do that. Okay, I think I get it. And then the barrier dust does something. Used in crafting to imbue things. Okay. I imbue any of my like existing gear? Don't think so. I guess you can imbue like bars and leather and stuff. Okay. Well, it's only like a 1 in 30 drop, so I should see it pretty quickly. The thing I'm looking for. I dropped a barrier touch gem, which gives you some barrier, I guess. I wonder how barrier works practically with like boss fights and the like. It's essentially extra health above your actual health. I don't know if it has a way to regenerate though. I'll look into it. All right, got the drop. Reddit KC. Let's see how it goes. Back getting these township kills here. I need to get 7 more Kraken kills. Yeah, it gets my attack interval down to 1.75 seconds. I guess it's not very good against anything that's dying fast anyway, but against the boss, if you proc it early, it seems pretty strong. Checking in on overnight astrology, and I think it's not enough to get even 1 upgrade. Yeah, no, I still need like 40 golden stardust, so maybe doing this was not the best idea. I was hoping to get at least 1 thieving interval increase, but I guess. So I think I am going to go ahead and pump some regular stardust into chance to double items in thieving, because that's a reasonable increase in GP gain from thieving. Yeah, why not? Let's just pump it up to 6% chance. I think after I get some of these interval savings, I need to start saving literally all of my stardust for the level 100 constellation. because that's the one that affects astrology itself. I think the idea is that you grind up to 100 and you spend everything to max out that constellation, and then you just do everything you can to get as much stardust as you can, since it affects everything else. It's probably what I'm going to be working on while I'm out of town. Just logging into this once a day, upgrading to whatever the highest constellation is. I do want to get Co specifically to 99 though, because I'd want basically everything that's on offer here. I really want to make sure I have enough resources to max that level 100 constellation. So as painful as it is to have spent an entire night on this and then not gotten much out of it, I guess I've gotten plus 6% chance of double items in thieving, which is not insubstantial. I'm gonna go ahead and bail though, save this golden stardust. I'm close to 400, but I don't think the 1% intervals make a big deal. I'm gonna pickpocket the night a bit. I want to get enough money to unlock archaeology. Onto a 1.5 second interval, which is awesome, and 49% loot doubling, which is also awesome. That thieving run for almost 2 hours here. Really crazy GP per hour now. It's like almost 50 million an hour. Absolutely nuts. I'm already close to being able to buy archaeology. Okay, I've got enough money now from pickpocketing to buy archaeology. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. 500 million gold is a lot. So I have to get a dig site map first before I can do anything. I think I can do that. Let me stop pickpocketing here. I think the idea is create dig site map of the old village. Only dig sites you've discovered will appear. Create paper. Fires 3. I guess I start with a dig site map that I can upgrade, right? Upgrades until next tier. Excavation actions remaining. Oh wow, that's a lot of upgrades I'd have to do. Using the paper. Dig site map refinement. Interesting. Kind of just want to try this one. I guess I can make a bunch more papers to try to refine it, or if it makes the most sense to just start with my starting one. Tier is excellent already. Excavation actions remaining 9,000. Might make the most sense to just start with what I have here. I guess I can burn through my pile of paper just to get rid of it. Okay, so I already have that. So if we go to archaeology and we do the old village, select dig site map. That is the starting one, right? That's the one that I have in cartography. Map refinement. Okay, I just need to figure out how to select it. Do we click this guy? Here we go. Selected. Active tools. I think I can upgrade a bunch of my tools already. Oh, but I need bronze bars. Let me see if I have a way to get bronze bars. I guess I also need to be level 5, so let's get to level 5 first, I suppose. So this is selected. Select all my tools. Only one artifact size can be obtained per action. Excavate. And then I'm going to have to make sure I've got plenty of bank space here. So I'm probably going to use any extra money I end up with on buying bank slots. Let me clear out the spaces that I'm using right now from thieving. Okay. And I'll let this go for a bit. I'll report if I find anything interesting. All right, this is pretty cool. It's kind of like archaeology and RS3, which makes sense. So you can donate one of each kind of artifact that you find, which eventually gives you rewards. I have this barrier gem that I got from completing a task. I'm actually using that gem right now, so I don't want to donate it just yet. I think I can get another one, though, eventually from archaeology, so I'll wait until I get that to donate it. Then it marks it in green when you've done it. And I guess I can get museum tokens by donating the other artifacts that I'm picking up here, like this broken jug. Probably the way to go. But XP at the beginning is obviously super slow. We'll see if we can pump it up a little bit here. Okay, so I just hit archaeology level 5, which means I probably want to pop out and get these upgrades, which require a bunch of bronze bars. The way to get the bronze bars is probably to just pickpocket the regular Golbin. The Golbin Chief drops higher level bars, but the regular Golbin drops bronze bars with some regularity. So I can just pickpocket him a million times too. Let's unequip the monkey though, so they're not all getting destroyed. I'm going to really have to pay attention on my bank space here because it might be worth sitting and pickpocketing the knight for a few minutes just to buy a few more bank slots. We'll see. Just noticed I have a 100% chance to double items on this guy, which is kind of cool. 100% success chance, 100% chance to double items. So I think getting mastery on him actually doesn't do anything for me at all. This gives me more stealth. I guess more GP per pickpocket isn't necessarily bad. All right, it's going to take me a while to get all the iron bars I need, but I'm just going to buy each of these one by one as I get the money. I guess I also need steel bars, which these goblins, the goblin I'm stealing from drops occasionally, so I might be able to get a couple upgrades here. Getting the iron trowel next. Occasionally this guy drops a crate of supplies that could have like 200 steel bars or iron bars in it, which would save me a ton of time. So hopefully I'll get one of those while pickpocketing eventually. All right, got a 158 iron bar pull from one of these crates, so that's going to save me some time here. That should be enough to buy everything. It's the iron brush, iron shovel, and now I need steel, but I also need to be level 10 archaeology, so I'll get back on doing some archaeology until then. Crazy I didn't already do this, but I can actually afford the normal cooking fire now. I need to just save some of these logs for cartography unlock, but I've gotten enough logs from pickpocketing here. I probably should have done this a while ago. I'll go ahead and buy this. It's been crazy not having it. Okay, and then I need fire making for all the other ones, so it's not like I was really missing out on a deep set of unlocks there. I kind of like this idea of you having the 4 different tools and you can like try to focus on specific artifacts by not using some of the tools. I'm just gonna use all of them for now. I got a rare one here, these ancient corn seeds. I think I'm actually allowed to plant those, which is sort of funny, but obviously I'm going to donate stuff first. The ancient market is something that I want to unlock as soon as I can, because that's how I can unlock my new farming patches, but I'm going to try to finish getting to level 10 here first before because I'm going to have to go to cartography and track it down. Oh, that's cool. To get the ancient market, I have to find the chart from the old village first. You have to like connect to it. I like that. All right, just got the torn chart. So I think I just have to details the location of the ancient market dig site. An icon has now appeared displaying its location. You can sell this item. Okay, so once I get it, I have access to it. That's cool. I just hit 10 archaeology, so I'm going to pick up these upgrades, and I have to find a source of mithril bars for when I hit 20. Okay, level 12 archaeology gets me another site that I don't want to do just yet. I want to try to finish up this site as much as I can before I unlock any new ones. So doesn't it take like an hour of cartography for me to reveal the new site? All right, so I have a township task to turn in 5 broken trowels and 1,000 paper, also 10 ancient wildberry seeds. So I'm going to go make 1,000 paper really quick. It shouldn't take too long, I don't think. Go create paper out of magic logs. Let's go. Because of archaeology, I'm not completely maxed anymore in farming, so that's kind of cool. All right, about to hit 1,000 paper here. I think this task is great because it's going to give me 3,000 paper. Nice. And I don't think they made it more difficult to qualify for some of the, number of tasks completed. So having these extra tasks is going to help a lot in the long term. Back to archaeology. Archaeology 18 is another dig site. I think we really just stay here for as long as possible, though. That's the right way to go. Okay, I think I get some kind of reward for turning in this leather belt here. 10,000 GP and a bank slot token. You love to see bank slot tokens. I think we save these for a township task because now it's a lot easier for me to get them. I'm just going to hold on to that. I'm going to go ahead and lock it. Putting another township task here for 10 wildberry seeds. I think I can turn in the carrot seeds it gave me here. Just hit archaeology level 20, so I'm probably going to go try to get some mithril bars to upgrade my tools some more. Quickly getting mithril bars from this paladin, and I unlock the Mark of the Dragon, so I'm going to make one of those so that I can get more of them to drop. I think it just uses dragon bones, of which I have a ton. Let me go ahead and pump this up a little bit to save on some resources. Should be good. I think a big downside with archaeology is that it's a huge bank space hog. So I think what I'm going to do when I go to AFK, I'm going to AFK thieving. And I'm going to spend my next like several 100 million GP on bank slots, so I just don't have to think about it. Also, since bank slots are much easier to come by for me now, I think I'm going to start saving most resources like bars and ores, stuff that I would previously sell. I'm just going to hold on to all of it. Okay, I got enough to upgrade these guys here. Now, this is really interesting because the next tier of unlock requires me to get artifacts from actually doing archaeology. So I'm going to have to camp on this dig site a bit longer to get these 25 civs. Did thieving for 5 hours, and I have 350 million GP. Pretty crazy. Just dumping this on 70 bank slots, so I don't have to think about it ever again. Fantastic. I am going to have to think about it again, but that's a lot of bank space. All right, AFK'd archaeology for like an hour. Almost have enough Aeronite civs. That's where I can get what I can leave once I have all those. 31 is kind of cool. I'm going to still try to pump this up a bunch here. Probably get it up to 90 relatively safely here. Harvest. Wow, even that many level ups. I get a lot. Really close to 120, and I'm going to get even more. It's going to be great. Now we're not quite getting 100%. Okay. Almost 90. Still missing a bunch of items from here, so I might just let it run overnight. I need more Aeronite sieves anyway, so I think it'll be okay. 7,200 actions remaining. Right, and it cost me 4 seconds per action. That's like 8 hours. Make sure I wake up for 8 hours. Archaeology 34. I think I have enough now to get. Where is it? The Aeronite Civ. Great. And then at 35, I can get an Adamant Civ, which would be cool. I'm trying to decide if I want to stay on this overnight or if I want to like do auto surveying with cartography. A bunch of things I need to do right now. I need to pick which one though. I have all this bank space now, so that certainly helps a lot. Probably more important for me to unlock the extra farming patches, so I'm going to start working in that direction. I think I can set this to auto survey. I guess I'll let it manually survey for a second. I'm going to try leaving it to sit on auto survey overnight. I think this works. I think that even after it runs out, it keeps adding new stuff, but I guess we'll find out.
All right, time to find out what 9 hours of cartography auto survey looks like. Surveyed 22 hexes, mastered 7 hexes, 7 points of interest waiting to be discovered. Okay. Let me go review all these. Ink Kraken. Survey interval down. Okay. Although I'm going to waste all of these on traveling, but whatever. It's fine. 3 giant clubs, a mithril two-handed sword. It might be a new actual dungeon I can explore too. Academia Arcanum. Huh. Gold topaz ring. 100 crabs. Okay. seeds I don't really need. Wet forest. Oh, the wet forest is one of the places I can go for combat. That's kind of cool. Shadow lurkers, gold and silver bars. So some of those might be new. I'll take a look at it later. I actually just want to be looking at cartography proper. It ended up taking me all the way up here. Okay. And this one is rune preservation, magic max hit, magic accuracy, magic evasion. So they're point of power I can stand on top of. But we actually need to get back over here. So I'm going to keep going this way. Hey, there's farming 120. Get that superior farming skill cape right away. Thank you very much. Do that instead of the old one. It's funny that it doesn't go into that tab immediately. We want that to be farming. Let's lock it. And let's get rid of the old one. Okay. What do you know? My two passive skills are both 120 now. I don't have to actually train it. Get to max level pretty quickly, it turns out. All right, I popped over here and I'm surveying this tile to get the dig site. I really need to decide how I want to go about doing this because it's a really big grind to try to do attentively at all. I mean, even just getting this dig site, I'm going to be here for like an hour, I think, before I can start doing something with it. So I think auto survey overnight is probably the way to go, but I need to find a way to position myself to ensure that I cover as many hexes as possible. I don't really have a lot that I desperately need to overnight anymore. I mean, it would be nice to get some high mastery levels from things like Herblore and summoning and not have to do that attentively, but cartography and archaeology combined are such a cool skill combo that I'd like to focus on them for a while. I guess I'll report back once this thing masters in like an hour. We'll do a little bit of archaeology, and then I kind of have to come up with what my plan is for cartography going forward. There's a lot of traveling salesman stuff I still want to do. I still want to like visit specific nodes on the map so that I can get permanent cartography interval bonuses, but even that is a tall order. It's a pretty big like time investment just to get to, was it like 5-7, I think is a coordinate I need to reach all the way up here. Because that'll let me buy a thing from the shop that gives me better interval. We'll see. I don't want to be doing too much cartography without the highest possible interval bonus. So maybe it makes sense if I'm going to do this to just fully focus, like go hard on interval as soon as I can. All right, the second dig site is so far out from the first one. I think I got it now, finally. Yeah, there we go. You can upgrade dig site maps. We provide you with a free dig site map. You can begin excavation straight away. So we want to refine this one, I think. I didn't do this last time until pretty late. I guess it doesn't really matter what I do here. Double items. Let's do... We don't need to preserve actions, although the first one they give you is really high quality and everything else is much slower to make. I think I'm actually going to take the mastery XP. I can double down on tiny artifacts. Okay. Now we go to archaeology. We go to the ancient market. We select our tools. And we select the dig site. And then we excavate. Okay. I guess the idea is since there's only 2 tiny items here, unless if I need that tiny item for some purpose, as soon as I find it, I can stop looking for tiny and make it more likely to get the other ones. Looks like I need to get 25 Aeronite trowels is my main objective here. Okay, so last time I needed 25 of a tiny thing. Now I need 25 of a small thing, then it's probably going to be 25 of a medium thing, and so on. Makes sense. I can turn in the 1 of on each of these. I already got my barrier gem and rusted bronze coin. So I don't think I care about tiny after that, so I can turn that one off. Means I probably shouldn't have set the map to look for tiny. I guess I have to go on the wiki and see which value I want to maximize in the future. Oh well. Trying to avoid using the wiki when I can get away with it, but the game is kind of about routing. That makes me look forward to Melvor 2, because I think they mentioned they wanted to put more things that are on the wiki
in the actual game proper, so you can do that routing without having to Google it.
Oh, that's kind of cool. This place drops a. I haven't gotten it yet. I think it's actually kind of rare, so I might not see it for a while. But it's an ancient scythe, which is plus 15% chance of double items in farming and 8% primary resource quantity gained. Since I'm not really using the Bob's rake right now, since I don't have any compost to preserve, I think that would be fine to use. Should improve my output from farming pretty significantly whenever I get it. I think I can turn off medium artifacts here too, because those are both done. So that's that tier. Okay, so I only need small and large now. I got my first giant clay pot, which is what I need for these new farming plots. So I turned my first one in, but I'm probably actually just going to camp archaeology now until this map burns out, since that's really what I need here. I really think I guess I need to run the map for a couple minutes just to see what refinements I want to put on it. So I made a mistake the first time. I'm not putting refinements on this map until after I'd already exhausted a bunch of the excavation actions. This time I did it too early without realizing that I didn't even care about tiny things. I probably should have put it on small or large to be more likely to get these clay pots. That's okay. I eventually need 1,340 giant clay pots. Okay, they're uncommon. So the drop rate is... So it's like if we roll a large item, it's a 25% chance to be a giant clay pot. That's not too bad, but it's not amazing either. Just hit 35 archaeology so I can buy this adamant sieve. Not useful here though, since the sieve is for tiny items. So hopefully I can get the Aeronite trowel somewhat soon. Gonna master the ancient wild berry here. Nice. Get my mastery a little bit lower here because I should be getting way more XP with the superior cape. Yeah, it's ridiculously noticeable actually. Probably get down to like 83% and still top back off. Yeah, pretty crazy. Still above 95%. Cool. So I think I'm going to start conserving magic tree seeds to eventually do the township task associated with them. I don't really need the XP anymore, and I don't really need the money. What I would like is different kinds of logs for when those come up later. I probably need to pick up some more oak tree seeds and willow tree seeds just to have a ton of those logs. But I guess I'll start with you for now. Change all of these to you. Those are easy enough to get, and I'd like to have a ton of logs. I still like archaeology in principle, but as I'm studying it more, I'm starting to understand it. I'm glad I only made really serious mistakes with my first 2 dig sites. I think that going forward, you almost need to max cartography before you can really profitably do archaeology without fucking up or wasting a ton of time. So here's the rundown. When you find a dig site, they give you an excellent map for free. When you get that excellent map, you are pretty dependent on it. In fact, I think you essentially need to upgrade it to perfect right away. I already didn't do that for my first 2 dig sites, so I'm not going to do it now. Because the time it takes to create a new dig site map from poor, it takes forever. It's a really, really long period. It takes forever to get the paper. It takes forever to get it upgraded as far as you need it to go. So pretty brutal if you need to make a new map. Then when you start the map, it's really, really important that you select the correct refinements because you can't undo this. I really regret picking tiny. I should have picked large because that would have given me the most of the large clay pots, which is the artifact I need the most copies of. And I guess selecting tiny here instead of large is probably going to cost me tens of hours, multiple tens of hours, dozens of hours. Probably also costing me time that I didn't refuse to do archaeology and upgrade this to perfect first. The problem is it's like 4.9 seconds per upgrade. So getting this from excellent to perfect without upgrading this interval is really, 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 really slow. So it kind of feels bad that when you want to do archaeology, you can't actually do archaeology. You have to find the dig site in cartography, and then you have to camp the map up to perfect status and then put all the proper refinements on it, and then you can safely do archaeology. I'll do it right for future dig sites. I'll probably end up having to make a perfect map from scratch for this one just because I need so many clay pots to level up all my farming plots. But it's kind of a bummer that that's so easy to fuck up in an otherwise pretty cool skill. All right, got enough of these trowels, buying this upgrade, and then getting the adamant trowel. Need to decide what I want to do next. The trowel certainly helping. It's a pretty noticeable upgrade when you get that. I do want to get the remaining small things before I fully... Eventually, I'm going to fully focus on large, right? Because that's the main thing I need here. But I also need to upgrade the shovel and the brush. Let me figure out how I get the upgraded shovel. 1 second. I have to unlock another dig site to get the shovel, so I'm going to do that first here. Up this way. I think from this dig site I can also get large stones, which I can use to build a archaeology associated agility shortcut. It's going to kill my shortcut that gives me extra GP from thieving, but that's okay. I probably don't need to camp thieving for a little while. Oh, hey, this dig site only requires 2 levels in order to discover. That's nice. The 5-level ones are pretty mean when you have the default survey interval. All right, new survey, dig site, stone workers, and I think not be stupid this time, I have to actually go in and max this out, which is going to take a really long time. That's okay. Let me calculate exactly how long it's going to take. Yeah, it's like 2.6 hours, and it's just cartography XP, which I understand you get to 120 cartography pretty easily just from exploring the hexes, which is the much more fun thing to do. I think I'm not going to bother with getting it to perfect. I feel like it's excessive for how long it takes. I will go ahead and get large artifacts, because I studied the artifacts from the stoneworkers, and I think the only thing I really care about is the large stone, so I can frequently swap out that agility shortcut. Everything else I don't really need multiple copies of. Theoretically, you could do it for small to get some like whetstones and stuff, but I think I care more about that. So I will upgrade it really quick or refine it. I wish you could just change the refinements. That would make life much easier. Chance of double items is probably more important. Okay. So select all tools to start. Select this map and start excavating. I think I get another archaeology reward here. Yeah, another bank slot tokens. I'm just saving those up until I have enough to turn in the township task. I already have all the tiny artifacts for this zone, so I don't need to do those anymore. Got the chisel, which is kind of interesting. It reduces the crafting interval. Lots of cool little skilling buffs from archaeology. It's part of why I want to do it, but I'm going to turn them in for now, obviously. Oh, archaeologist gloves. Yeah, I'll equip those. They really don't show up in the quick equip menu by default. It's a little silly. Skill XP up. Okay, cool. All right, I have enough large stones to get this cave trail upgrade. Should be fine. Cool. Guess archaeology 40 unlocks a new place, the secret mines. I'm just sitting here trying to get these 25 aeronite shovels first, though. All right, I got enough of these shovels. I gotta go get more adamantite bars, though, so I'm going to fight the paladin for a little bit. He also drops rune bars, which I need, so that's good. All right, grabbing the adamant shovel. I'm going to try to hold out for enough rune bars, too, because I'm probably going to be upgrading that as soon as I get the archaeology level for it. All right, I finally have enough clay pots to unlock some of these. Probably not going to get all of them because I'd have to AFK this place for a really long time to get enough pots, but I'm going to try to get as many as I can, I guess. It's probably a good way to get some archaeology XP. Maybe I'll just try to use up this map
All right, got enough for another upgrade here. We'll take the allotment. I don't even know if I'm able to get, if I run out the excavations and just do large, I might not even be able to get the second upgrade because it's really slow. This is probably a good way to get some XP for the skill. I'm going to try really hard not to fuck up future excellent dig site maps. And the more I look into it, I was saying it's not worth upgrading to perfect. It sounds like it is, just because it's such a huge benefit to start on excellent. It saves you so much time. I don't know. I really like archaeology, and I really like the rewards from archaeology. There's all kinds of cool little buffs for it, but it really feels like I shouldn't touch it until I finish cartography, and that's a very long-term project. I guess I don't regret unlocking the two skills, but I wish it wasn't designed from the end so much. I feel like that's a recurring problem here with anything that was designed specifically for Melvor, is that they try to like future proof it. So like astrology only really makes sense once it's at 99 or higher and you have the skill cape. These skills only really make sense when they're maxed and you have all the interval buffs and stuff. I think every other skill that comes from RuneScape, they've applied new Melvor ideas to RuneScape ideas, and like it's perfect. But here they're trying to work backwards from the end, and I don't know if I like it as much, unfortunately. I think given how much stronger archaeology gets once I have cartography, I should just abandon it for now. I've gotten some benefit out of it already. Getting the a couple extra farming plots is pretty helpful. Sucks that there's a bunch of stuff I want. I have to make a decision here. I could start getting back on the process of trying to get as much interval reduction in cartography as possible. Let me think about doing that. What do I want to do next? Okay, so after some research, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to travel here. I'm going to go ahead and survey. There's a dig site up here that lets me get a helmet that gives me bonus skill XP, which would be kind of helpful. It also is the last tool I need, the Aeronite brush. And I should be upgraded to rune level or higher. And eventually we want the spyglass is going to be at another dig site. And the spyglass is going to give us a pretty substantial survey interval bonus. And then we can look for some of the other ones. But I think the spyglass is the biggest individual upgrade. And that at least justifies the time I've already spent in archaeology. All right, dig site unlocked. Try to do a free one. I guess I should just max that out. I hate this though, I really do. I hate the whole maxing out a dig site map problem. Sucks. Not a fan. I just don't have enough paper to do it. And if I made all the paper, it would take even longer. I'm just going to try to deal with it. So I think I need to get medium artifacts here because this is where I get a thing for the spyglass. Let me make 100% sure I don't screw it up here. Well, hold on. Actually, the spyglass is elsewhere. So the only reason I care about this place is because it gets me the brush upgrade that I need. And the brush is a medium artifact. Probably the most important thing for me to go for here. Long term, I probably want large for reasons. Really feels like it's easy to fuck this up. Large eventually gets you statues of prosperity, which you need to upgrade, get a permanent upgrade for agility, and you need like 10 of them. But Aeronite brushes are what I need in the immediate term. They're like a 1% drop, and I need to get 5 of them. Oh, this sucks. I guess I can do medium and large. I'll just do that, and they'll both equally suck. Definitely do item doubling, medium and large. Okay. That's monument. So we select the dig site. Let's just do everything to start. This took forever, like weeks of farming only Porax seeds to get 1,000 Porax seeds, but I have it. I can turn it in. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I think that getting the higher tier rewards for doing tasks is going to be much easier now because a lot of these Atlas of Discovery tasks are pretty approachable. So I should be able to get to 60 tasks. 80 would be fantastic. 95 would be incredible because I think 95 means you don't have to keep all this stuff in your bank anymore, right? So I'll have to take a look at that later. Okay, so I got the island chart for the Watchtower dig site, so that's cool. Let's go ahead and turn all this stuff in. All right, another bank slot token. That's good. I love this museum system. It's basically straight from RuneScape 3, but it's good. Makes me want to go to every dig site and get one of each item. All right, I've got enough of these to make this golden wreath, which seems pretty good. Go ahead and equip it. The buffs on it are pretty helpful. I think I actually want to have that on every single skill tab, so I'm actually going to unequip it for a quick second to do that. Do everybody here. A plus 100 GP whenever you gain GP might actually be competitive with the Chapeau for thieving, because it's a lot of extra GP. Trying to get these 5 brushes, I actually got, well, I got a double drop, which is really nice because they seem pretty rare. I got this stone tablet that I think I can get rid of now that it's dropped. But it unlocks a new Slayer area and a dungeon. Let me check those out. It's the Dark Quarry, and I have to have the... Is this the same lantern? Hold on. That's interesting. It's a mining lantern I need to get from a different dig site. So I really like that you have to do archaeology and cartography to unlock PVM stuff. I think that's really cool. But I guess I can't do this one just yet. I mean, I also can't do Golem territory. No, I can do that now. Golem chest. I'll have to look through. I guess the rune claw is a way to get a claw item relatively early. It's outclassed probably by my existing claw items, but that's still kind of cool.